Hey everybody, welcome to Finals Day, Bear Lake Race number 2. I'm here with Brandon Tittenser on the injured list. Captain America, it's got to suck after watching all that qualifying yesterday.
It does, looking at all these guys, fast guys, I know I can compete, and I can't this year.
It's pretty rough, but we got to talk about kind of the superstar in the pro lane yesterday, and it was absolutely hands down Spanky, racer number 230 on a skidoo.
Oh, yeah.
And Blaine Matthews just absolutely killed it.
He did. He comes here, he comes on fire. The kid has got a lot of heart. He's driving. He's got a good team captain, Rusty coming on board a couple years ago, and he's taken this team and they're going to a new level. They've got good riders, a good group of guys, and he just seems to run out front a little bit, and he's showing them. He showed them last week in qualifying and then yesterday,
Yeah,
he fired off a really good day.
Well, starting in finals, we know the hill conditions are going to change. We kind of sort of saw in the lower horsepower classes, the times were actually a little bit faster. And we went up to the big ones, not a lot slower, but the hill started to go away, and we're expecting a little bit more snow throughout the day. How does that factor into the run from morning till night as a racer?
That course can change after 3 riders. It's crazy what it'll do. First in the morning, you got powder, fresh snow, and it can actually be fast because it's traction. Traction wins races, and then you get into this to where it's actually fairly smooth and it's tunneled, to say, and then that's when you start seeing your fastest times. But then it gets into the rocks, it gets into the sagebrush, and it gets rough. Suspensions plays a big thing in this, a big role in this, and then horsepower, they just can't hang on to it half the time because they're hooking up and bouncing around.
Without a doubt, and those conditions can change so fast. We're going to be looking to see throughout the day today in finals if it's a driver course or if it's a horsepower course, and that could change with the weather, especially in this neck of the woods. But yeah, anybody you want to give a shout out to?
There's a lot of racers out there I'd love to give a shout out to, but one that stands out in my mind today, I was running yesterday, I was running the semi-pro lane. Caden Rainey, he's an up-and-comer. His dad, world champion 5 times, I believe. He practices at night.
Yeah.
He's practicing in the dark. He's not, he's going to basketball practice after school and plays basketball until it's dark, goes home, gets on a sled and rides in the dark. The kid was on fire today. He rides a 600 in with the 850s.
Because he's too young to ride an 850.
Yeah, he's too young. It's a kind of a deal where the rules are worked out to where he has to be a certain age to get on an 850, and he can't. So he placed first in one of those classes, I believe, and a second in another one. And the kid's on fire. I think we ought to turn the lights off and see what he can do in the dark. He will win.
Absolutely. Maybe put a blindfold on him.
Put a blindfold on that kid.
All right. Well, we're looking forward to an absolute great day of racing. Make sure that you all stay tuned throughout the entire race. You're not going to want to miss a thing. I'm Kenny. This is Brandon Tittenser. And look out. We're going racing at Bear Lake number 2.
Up here, you have to be relentless and fearless. You have to know how to climb higher with no regard for barriers and boundaries. And you have to be equipped for every challenge, which is why we built a rear suspension like Alpha One, using a single beam to carve and maneuver like nothing else. These are the new Alpha Ones from Arctic Cat. Alpha One shreds every expectation of traditional twin-rail design with a lightweight single-beam suspension that was expertly engineered and rigorously tested for toughness. This design means fewer parts and less weight, allowing it to cut sharper corners and take on bigger challenges. Alpha One maneuvers effortlessly, carving and floating with ease. And without 2 rails to trap snow, its single rail stays lightweight all day, every day. Now on every mountain snowmobile, plus the Blast M mid-sized and Riot X crossover. It's the ultimate weapon for side hilling, tackling steep slopes and more. Next time you have a mountain to climb, you better have an Alpha on your side. The Alpha 1 single beam rear suspension from Arctic Cat.
There's something inside us, something that motivates us. A longing to get out, to break free. Some call it adventure. Others call it escape. But we don't ride to escape life. We ride to capture it. Polaris. Think outside.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to get things started here, and Keith Bailey is going to do our prayer, and the anthem will be sung by Alexi right after that.
Our Father in heaven, we are thankful to be here today. We're thankful for the blessing that we have to be able to be here and enjoy this great sport, to be able to be amongst friends and families, and we pray that as we compete today that we will be able to be safe, that we will all perform to the best of our abilities. We are thankful for this country that we live in, for the freedoms that we enjoy, and pray that we may fight to preserve and maintain those freedoms. Most of all, we're thankful for our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, for his great sacrifice for us, for his grace and his mercy. Pray that we may remember him in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, everybody, before you scatter, we, as you all well know, we lost a really good brother, a friend, an amazing competitor, and a great representative of RMSHA this last year. And we'd like to just take a moment and bow our heads in memory of Rob Kincaid. Thank you, everybody, and we will be racing with him in our hearts and our minds, and I guarantee you he's right here with us. So rest in peace, Rocky Mountain Rob. All right, Calvin Ehrman, when it's convenient for you, probably sooner than later, we've got your tax paperwork that couldn't find you, returned to sender. So, Calvin Ehrman, please come in and pick that up. I got papers scattered all over the place. All right, we are going to start things off in the red lane in 600 stock. It's going to be Cody Bonnie, Cole Thomas, and Wild Will Burgess.
All right, good morning, everybody. In the blue lane, we're going to start with women's stock. Women's stock in the blue lane. We have shared sleds with Brooke Long and Deborah Long. We're going to start with Deborah Long, number 49. Deborah Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, on a skidoo. Next will be Tiffany McWilliams and Taylor Myers.
And in the red lane, we're going to start things off with race number 854, Cody Bonney out of Helena, Montana, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Cole Thomas and Will Burgess. All right, beautiful morning here at Bear Lake. I'm joined here by Brandon Tittenser. Those of you watching at home, number 62, Captain America, is hanging out with me, and we're having a blast.
Should be a good day, some fresh snow. You know, with the fresh snow, keep in mind, you guys out there, pick up your garbage, don't drop it, because it's kind of hard to find. So just take care of the business. This is not our property, and we are welcomed here by the farmers and ranchers here in Geneva, Idaho.
Absolutely. Big thanks to Carson letting us come up here and do what we do. And we want to leave it better than we found it, if that's at all possible. Don't want there to be a trace that we were even here come springtime. Treat it as if it was your own property. Unless you're kind of trashy, then treat it as if it's not yours. All right. Finals day is what we're doing. 600 stock in the red lane. Cody Bonney on the starting line.
I like to call him Twitch.
Twitch?
You get around Cody, sometimes he swings at you, and he doesn't really mean to. You got to duck once in a while. He's got a little twitch going on there.
Oh, man. I'll bet you Cody is really glad you're here.
I guarantee I'm loosening him up a little bit here.
There you go. Break the tunnel vision.
He's about to go up there and do a little powder turning.
Yeah, opening the hill. We got quite a bit of snow overnight, if you can't tell by watching on the live feed. It's a whole new world. And they say that course is going to be a little bit tougher, so it'll probably be a whole different game than it was yesterday.
Here we go. First racer on the hill, Cody Bonney. Number 854 from Helena, Montana.
All right. Cody looking good. Getting that opened up. That's what will you tell me, Brandon? Is it horrible to be gunner in the first thing in the morning?
You know what? Some races it can be, but this race here actually, you know, last year, just jumping back to last year, I think I was first out. I ended up actually putting a powder track on the night before. I ran a powder track, and I ended up placing second in that class behind Sam Peterson, and Sam was last out in the class. So, you know, it could go either way.
Well, he's blazing a trail and plenty of lines to pick right now. He is going to set the bar at
You know, I look over there at Cole Thomas and I think, boy, that guy wants to be me.
All right. Well, looks like we're going to have to do that one by hand. Timing system a little sleepy this morning, so it hung up. So they've got it. We're just going to have to do a little calculation and get that figured out. Next up on the starting line in the red lane, racer number 401, the guy that wants to be just like Captain America, neighbor to Brandon Tittenser, Cole Thomas. He's from Afton. He rides Polaris.
You know, I've seen Cole pretty much grow up from a little fella. You want to talk about a family that grows fast. These Thomas boys, they go from babies to pro racers to freaking world champions in a hurry.
It's been a lot of fun over the last 5 seasons that I've been involved with, watching these racers evolve, and now major force to be reckoned with. All right, everybody. Jeff will be over at the tech trailer pretty quick. We're just waiting on printing a form. He'll be over there, so don't run off or don't send out a search party. Jeff says go ahead and just start tearing them down. And if you take anything I say serious, yeah, down to the crank. We're doing a below the engine inspection today. Weighing wrist, that's a new one right there.
Racers, anybody that's got an extra jack stand that you could bring over to the pit area, please bring over a couple extra jack stands to the pit area to help these guys out. That would be much appreciated.
All right. Looks like we got everything reset, ready to rock and roll. I was just about to talk about our awesome sponsors, but I will tell you, too, that help us put on this race. This is a RMSHA race, so basically it is the board and the racers that put this event on, and we've got a couple of great sponsors that have jumped in. Clover Creek Inn, had a lot of fun there last night. Feel welcome, feel comfortable, feel right at home with the Clover Creek Inn, and Phillips 66, you save convenience. Thank you so much to them. And then, of course, Carson, we appreciate him letting us use the land to do the race. All right, here we go. Cole Thomas, racer number 401. Cole Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, doing his best Captain America impression right here. He's riding Polaris. Oh, man. All right, Cole looking good. Carving his way up there, not exactly sure. We're about to get Cody Bonnie's time, and then the race will be on finals day, going on here at Bear Lake, number 2, 600 stock, happening in the red lane. All right, here we go. Just about to cross the finish line. 1:21:23. 1:21:23. Still working on Cody's time. We're going to go now with race number 541, all the way from Sublimity, Oregon. He's Wild Will Burgess jumping on the skidoo this year. Cool wrap. Like our rodeo conversation, he also is a bull rider. He puts on some pretty darn good rides. I've scored a couple of his rides, not in riding bulls, but in snowmobiling. Another one of those guys with just a lot of blind courage. Getting a lot more technical over the last couple of years, though.
All right. We're having a little bit of trouble with our lights over here, a green light and a red light, but we're going to have our first racer here in the blue lane. Deborah Long, number 49 from Spirit Lake, Idaho, on a skidoo. She's going to break trail for these ladies. And then we'll jump back to Tiffany McWilliams. You'll see on the live feed it's calling for Tiffany McWilliams, but this is Deborah Long on the hill. Uh-oh, she's running a little trouble out there in that fresh snow. It looks like she brought it all the way down to the dirt.
Wild Will Burgess comes in at 126.97, 126.97 for Wild Will. Up next, race number 517, Keith Bailey, Moroni, Utah. He's riding Polaris to be followed by Tavern Rupp and Seth Wilson. He's had a hard time finding a place to ride this season so far, but looking good. Got qualified for a couple classes, and he is off and running 600 Pro Stock in the pro lane right now. All right, going back to Cody Bonnie, we got his time calculated. It is 1:30:12, 1:30:12, which means Cole Thomas in the lead right now. He's out in front. Keith Bailey, Utah racer, on the hill.
All right, Debbie Long's coming in with a 5.8. 5.8 for Debbie Long. Now we're going to go on to number 902, Tiffany Williams, Dillon, Montana, on an Arctic Cat, followed by Taylor Myers and Sammy McCackney.
You nailed it that time, Brandon. All right. Just so everybody knows, it is 8:19 Mountain Standard Time on February 13th. Just so you know you're watching the right feed. If that coincides with whatever time zone you're in, you found us. You're live. 134.07, 134.07 for Keith Bailey. Up next, we're going to go with racer number 89. I think you know this guy. Seth Wilson, pacing Utah. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Tavern Rupp. You're right. Dyslexia kicked in. Racer number 192, Tavern Rupp, Tremont, Utah. He's riding Polaris.
All right, racers, remember, if you get messed up on the course, if you can get off to the side of the course, get away from the course, then we can run other racers. As long as you are clear of the course. Do not come down the course if you can help it.
Say thanks, Bob.
Hey, Bob, thanks for your help up there. If you could go sit on your sled and help us out here, we'd appreciate it.
We're going to call you the wrecker. In a good way, not the bad kind of wrecker, the good kind of wrecker. All right. Well, here we go. Doing it old school here. Green flag.
All right, here we go. 9:02, Tiffany McWilliams, Dillon, Montana on an Articat.
And here we go, Tavern Rupp. All right, don't forget 120s. Coming up here at about 11:30, we're going to get you all gathered up and do the 120 race. This is Race the Little Ones and Locals. We're going to run you guys, right, and gals, everyone, right after the King and Queen runs in the semi-pro lane.
Looks like Tiffany run into a little trouble up there. Sled's rolling down the hill. Hopefully she's okay. Sled rolled over top of her. We'll get some people up there and find out what's going on. We got hill crew moving in.
Man. All right, Tavern's still trucking up there. All right. Hill crew heading for Tiffany. Tavern Rupp going to come in with the 124.34, 124.34. All right, 11.7 in the blue lane. Off and running right now, racer number 89, Seth Wilson, pacing Utah. Riding players, he's going to be followed by Trace Lutz and Zach Wormers. Going to get up there and get Tiffany checked out, get her safely off the hill. I've got the Highmark Club winners from last week, and a lot of these prizes are here in the trailer, and they probably won't survive the trip to Afton. So if you won one of these and you're on the property, please come and grab them or arrange for safe transportation for everything else. But the winner of the Zebros bag from last week is Denny Jorgensen. The winner of a case of potatoes from Crepos is Tim Mackey, taking those back to Minnesota. The coffee basket, and this is the one that you're going to want to come and get because it is beautiful, and I don't want it to get ugly on the way to Afton. But Jarrett Johnson won the coffee gift basket, and Ian St. John also won a Zebros bag. We'll get that to him. And Russ Tapio also winning a case of potatoes and the $500 FXR gift certificate, Tina Kerr. You can come and get those sooner the better.
Looks like Tiffany's up and moving over to her sled now. This is good. Good sign. Seth Wilson's making a heck of a run up there. We'll see what he can do, huh?
Yeah. He's representing. Jake cheering him on up there. There it is, 120.67, 120.67. I believe that's your new fastest qualifier. Or no, sorry, we're finaling. He's in the lead right now as we go with racer number 126, Trayson Lutz, Garden City, Utah. Riding Polaris will be followed by Zach Wormers and Kyle Heap. Shoot. I believe that is going to be a high mark at 13 for Trayson Lutz. Saw that flag go down right there. Darn it. Had a good run going there. Got the sled rolled back over. He's going to set that flag back up like a good racer. Thank you, Trayson. Sorry about that, buddy.
All right, here we go. Number 27, Taylor Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho on a Polaris. All right, Taylor will be followed by Sammy McCackney and Taylor Peck.
All right, racer number 134 on the starting line. We're going to get Trayson down off the hill, but Zach Wormers hung out with him for a minute or two last night. I won't say where. He's from Bozeman, Montana, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Kyle Heap and Sam Peterson. Got a lot of great racers coming up. Trayson Lutz still up there. You can see him at gate 13, getting it back together. All right, Trayson makes his way down. We're going to see he's going to try to get over there on the right side of the course as we're looking at it and get out of the way so we can open up the lane and keep on racing. As soon as he's safe and clear, we'll turn him loose.
Looks like we got a little trouble up there with Taylor. She's tipped over up there upside down. It looks like the hill crew's moving in to help her out.
And we're off and running with Zach Wormers, Bozeman, Montana racer in the pro lane. All right, once again for the merch, we're getting low on hoodies. We've got a couple of 2Xs and 3Xs still, but you come and get them. They're going fast. $30. We made a deal on them. We knocked $5 off them, so you can get your hoodies for $30. T-shirts, $15, and you get a free sticker with every purchase while supplies last. And we got quite a few T-shirts, black ones and white ones, but come on in and get it before it's gone. That same spot right there, I don't know what they're jumping, but it looks to be hidden. He's off his sled, but it's still running. If he can get back, get up on top of it, you never know what's going to happen with all the racers. All right. All right, so he's still going. All right, Zach Wormers got it gathered back up. Didn't have to restart. 145.82 for Zach Wormers, 145.82. Up next, racer number 98, Sam Peterson, Wisdom, Montana, riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by Riley Sprunger, Kobe Crapo, Tanner Myers, Keith Curtis, wrapping up 600 Pro Stock. We will crown our first champion of Bear Lake number 2 in just 4 racers.
All right, Mark just coming in for Taylor Myers, 11.2 for Taylor Myers. All right, we have a Wyoming truck, County 19 plate. It's a GMC. Looks like a AT4. License plate 892. We need it moved just for a moment, please. Or pulled forward. Seamers, is that yours?
All right, Kyle Heap on the hill. I apologize. 145.82. Got off on my spaces. Kyle Heap working on it, getting up and over, looking good. New leader right there, 116.74. Kyle Heap, 116.74 for Kyle Heap as we go with racer number 98, Sam Peterson, Wisdom, Montana riding Polaris, followed by Riley Sprunger and Kobe Crapo.
All right, in the blue lane, we got number 330, Sammy McCackney, Francis, Utah, on a skidoo, making her way up the hill. We'll see if we can get her first time up and over the top. Followed by Taylor Peck and Brooke Long. Sam Peterson over in the red lane here. He's looking for that win. He wants to get it back from last year. Keith got it from him last week, and he's looking to get it back from last year.
All right, we got Sam's in both lanes, and we're cheering for both of them down here.
Looks like Sammy got up through with a bad spot, and she's headed for the top.
Sam Peterson running into a little bit of trouble. Ah, shoot. Sam Peterson going to have to take a high mark of 10.9. You saw him repull right there. Little bit of a struggle there. I'd like to hear that story of what exactly went wrong. I couldn't tell from this location. As we go next to racer number 515, Riley Sprunger, Butte, Montana. Riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Kobe Crapo and Tanner Myers. Keith Curtis going to wrap up the class.
All right, there it is. Sammy McCackney up and over with a 136.31. First girl up and over for the finals. Now we're going to go with number 105, Taylor Peck, Rigby, Idaho, on a Polaris.
Riley Sprunger. There's that sneaky spot there. Oh, he's past it. All right. There's something up there at gate 13. And 116.80, 116.80. They are close right there. Kyle Heap still in the lead. That's going to put Riley in second as things stand right now as we go with racer number 99, Kobe Crapo, St. Anthony, Idaho. And thanks for the taters, Kobe. He'll be followed by Tanner Myers, Keith Curtis wrapping up the class. We're about to have a winner for Bear Lake, race number 2, finals happening right here.
Looks like Taylor's running into a little trouble up there, and she just does a powder turn out off the course. Whoa, she's off the sled. It's coming down. Heel helps moving in.
Thank you, Hill Help, by the way. We appreciate you coming out here. I know you didn't have a choice, but thank you anyway. Thanks for letting us have him, Tyson. Oh, Kobe hitting that tough spot, but recovering. Oh, no. Turning back. Yeah, as long as he doesn't go below. Now, wait a minute. Did I see that? Did he go out 13 but didn't proceed and turned back around? This is good, Brandon? All right. Oh, gotcha. All right, went out, but going to get a look at the course, save it for the next one, 1:30:43, high mark of 13. That's what that's going to be for Kobe Crapo. As we get ready to go with racer number 2, you had a chat with this young man yesterday, hometowner-ish. Racer number 2, Tanner Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Keith Curtis. Keith Curtis wrapping up the class.
If I had some money right now, I'd probably bet it on this guy. I hate to ever bet against Keith Curtis, but this kid right here, he can do it.
And this is where I've noticed, and I've studied him for the last 5 years, this is where he does best, is when he runs about this place in the class.
All right, here we go. Number 519, Brooke Long, last woman in the class, Spirit Lake, Idaho, on a skidoo. See if she can get a time up there to try to knock off Sammy McCackney.
We've got kind of a wild ride going on there with Tanner. That's because he's letting it all hang out. That's what you got to do on finals day, all or nothing. Can't run for a little bit of it. You got to run for the big one. There you have it, your new leader right there, 1:15:50. Tanner Myers moves out in front, 1:15:50. One left to go. I don't know even what to say about him that I haven't already been said or that he doesn't prove when you watch him run up the hill, other than now he is a new proud papa, and Noxon going to be cheering him on. He's up right now, the one, the only Keith Curtis, racer number 711 out of Dillon, Montana. He is Polaris.
All right, looks like we have a little trouble up there with Brooke on the hill. Looks like you, as I see it, and it's unofficial. Remember, it is unofficial. Sammy McCackney taking the lead in first place. Francis Utah on a skidoo, followed by Tiffany McWilliams in second. Taylor Peck third. Taylor Myers fourth. And Brooke Long fifth. Brixton Sessions, we need you to the line. We're moving into semi-pro stock. Brixton Sessions, Eric Kerr, Jackson Rogers. I see Brixton on a dead run. He's looking to get on the line. He's going to be excited and pumped and ready to go.
Get that adrenaline going. Takes a little jog. Amazing what you can get them to do. Don't ask them to do anything in 2 minutes because the anxiety overtakes them when they're not on a sled.
All right. Looks like Brixton made it. He's tire, lean back. He's ready to take a breath. Number 244, Brixton Sessions, hometown boy, Afton, Wyoming, on a Polaris.
Oh, no. I didn't want to hear that. Tanner, they're up there checking everything out. Tanner Myers did hit the gate as he went through the finish line. He's going to get a high mark of 15. That is unofficial. Remember, I'm here for your entertainment value. You can take that for what it's worth, but high mark of gate 15 right now for Tanner Myers. As we get ready to go now with racer number 711, Keith Curtis, Dillon, Montana, riding Polaris. Going to see what he does different than everybody else.
You know, just watching him in the bottom right here, you know, I hate to say this, everybody out there listening, he's 2 seconds ahead before he goes through gate 5.
Yeah. It is just unreal how he's able to read that course, get out ahead of it, and even if something throws him a surprise, he recovers pretty much instantly. There have been accusations that he's not human, that he is actually an alien. I'm starting to believe it. Just like that, little bobble. Almost didn't even notice, didn't affect his speed, didn't affect his momentum. Off and running, Keith Curtis, I got a funny feeling, is going to be your winner. $109.48, unreal. 109.48. That's going to make Keith Curtis your winner for the 600 stock. We'll get to that, but we're already off and running. We got to get into the Pro Stock 600. Racer number 401, Cole Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris. Will be followed by Wild Will Burgess and Luke Rainey.
Looks like Brixton Sessions runs into a little trouble up there at 12.8. 12.8 for Brixton. Now, next racer on the hill is going to be number 88, Eric Kerr, Spring Creek, Nevada, on a Polaris, followed by Jackson Fast Rogers and Landon Kula.
So, unofficially, this is how things are going to be. First place going to Keith Curtis. Second place going to Kyle Heap. Third, Riley Sprunger. Fourth, Seth Wilson. And fifth, Cole Thomas. I believe that is accurate for you right there.
All right, restate that. 11.8 for Brixton Sessions. 11.8 for Brixton Sessions.
Well, I'll tell you what, there it is, Cole Thomas, just like that. 1:12:29, 1:22:9. He found the speed. He watched Keith. He knows what he's doing now as we go with racer number 541, Wild Will Burgess, Sublimity, Oregon, riding Skidoo. Pro 700 stock finals is what we're doing. Oh, that's Tavern Rupp. Trayson Lutz. All right. Sounds like we got a little bit of a conflicting running order situation. For those of you, bear with me. Listen to what I say and don't read the name on the screen. The times are accurate. The names may not be for a while. And looks like Trayson Lutz running into a little bit of trouble up there. He's going to take a high mark. I'm not going to call it. Looks like it's right before 14. Oh, he's still rolling. Don't listen to me. Don't count that boy out.
Well, Kenny, mine seems to be right because I got number 88, Eric Kerr, Spring Creek, Nevada, on a Polaris. Followed by Jackson Fast Rogers, Landon Kula.
All right. Make sure and check your running orders. The one on the timing trailer is the correct running order. The one on the timing trailer is the correct running order. And now I have it. All right, so on your screen, what you're seeing is Trayson Lutz's running time. And then next will be Keith Bailey. Keith Bailey, number 517, out of Moroni, Utah.
There we go. Eric Kerr up and over. First semi-pro up and over 119.93. 119.93 for Eric Kerr. Now we'll move on to number 267, Jackson Fast Rogers, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo. Followed by Landon Kula and Daxton Zollinger. You know, this Jackson Rogers, I've been watching him on Facebook a little bit here and there in this Skidoo team, and this kid's putting in a ton of time, broke a lot of parts, and he just keeps pushing and pushing and pushing. He's going to be a pro rider, I guarantee it, within a year or two, and he's going to compete.
Yeah, he keeps riding like he has been. He ain't going to have a choice. They're not going to let him stick around over there anymore.
All right, Jackson Rogers up and through all that nasty ice and rocks and dirt, and he's headed for the top. We'll see what he can do here. All right, there it is. New leader, Jackson Rogers, 107.97. Woo, new fast time, number 308, Landon Kula with a 107.38. 107.38. Boy, that was close. Now we're going with number 917, Dax Zollinger from Millville, Utah, on an Arctic Cat, followed by Tanner Thomas and Riley Kincaid.
All right. We got it all resorted, and we're going to go with race number 517, Keith Bailey, Moroni, Utah, riding Polaris.
All right, it's just going to get faster and faster. Dax and Zollinger coming in with a 104.68. 104.68, your new leader. Now we're going with number 120, hometown boy, Tanner Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, on a Polaris. Oh, no. It's just coming in that Dax and Zollinger is gate 13. Gate 13, Dax and Zollinger. That time is no good. So that puts you, Landon Kula, still in the lead with a 107.38.
So, all right, just holding up on that red lane for just a sec. We're re-entering all of that stuff in the computer. It'll just take a couple of minutes, so stretch it on out there, Keith. Enjoy, relax.
All right, I'm not sure what happened up there, but I do know that Tanner Thomas, 58.03. 58.03, your new leader. All right, here we go. Number 102, Riley Kincaid, Victor, Idaho, on an Arctic Cat. He knows what he's got to do, and he will probably put a really good time on. Let's see what he's got. Followed by Dylan Hart and Cameron Conger. Oh, Riley knew what he had to do, and it looks like he's off the sled. It's still running. We'll see if he can get it going, and he does.
All right, here we go. Off and running, Keith Bailey.
All right, Riley Kincaid coming in with a 106.56 with the come off at the bottom, getting back on and finishing strong, putting him in the number 3 spot right now. Excuse me, number 2 spot. I had to scratch out that 104. Riley Kincaid in the number 2 spot.
It's funny, Jeff. Just when you think Jeff
Thanks,
doesn't
Jeff.
pay attention to what we're saying, he'll.
Yeah, he always gets me.
He'll write us.
All right, number 216, Dylan Hart, Lolo, Montana, on a Polaris, followed by Cameron Conger, and then Dylan Hart of Star Valley.
Keith Bailey finding his groove. Time to beat right now, 1:12:29. Zach Wormer is holding on to the lead. If you're following along at home, let me get you caught back up on where we're at in Pro 700. Well, where we are is Keith Bailey with a 1:20:48, good enough for second right now, 1:20:48. For Keith Bailey, Zach Wormers was 1:12:29. Trayson Lutz, 1:26:88. On the hill right now, racer number 99, Kobe Crapo, St. Anthony, Idaho. Riding Polaris will be followed by Tavern Rupp and Seth Wilson.
All right, Dylan Hart, Lolo, Montana, coming in with a 59.54. Not quite fast enough to bump off Tanner Thomas. That put him in the number 2 spot. Now we're going to run with number 725, Cameron Conger, Granby, Colorado, on a Skidoo, followed by Dylan Hart of Star Valley and Bo Richens.
Ooh, Kobe Crapo, 1:14:18. 1:14:18. That is your new leader, right? Oh, second place, sorry. Jeff would have caught me on that one. 1:14:18 for Kobe Crapo, now in second. As we go with racer number 192, Tavern Rupp, Tremont, Utah. Riding Polaris, he's going to be followed by Super Seth and Kyle.
Oh, check this out, Kenny. Cameron Conger, we talked about him last night. I don't know the kid. I'd like to meet him. He's fast. But
He's
not
a gentleman.
quite fast enough to bump off Tanner Thomas with a 58.86. Cameron Conger, 58.86. Now we'll move on to number 346, Dylan Hart, Star Valley Ranch, Wyoming, on a Polaris.
Heck yeah. Love the Congers. Very, very nice people. We'll have to make sure you could get his autograph, I guess, or he should get yours. I don't know how this works.
You know, the way I see it, I'm going to take these guys' autograph anytime I get, because when they start beating me fair and square, we're buddies.
Yeah, there you have it. I like it.
Oh, looks like Dylan Hart goes up there, and he has a come-off up there. I'm not sure what his mark is, but we'll get it to you. And look, my man, Seth Wilson, number 89, sitting on the starting line.
He's ready to go. Tavern Rupp having that little bobble. There's something there just past gate 13 that is really, if you're not ready for it, it's messing up the program. 117.89, 117.89 for Tavern. Up next, racer number 89. You said it. Super Seth Wilson pacing Utah. Riding Polaris, followed by Kyle Heap and Cole Thomas. I don't know what it is without you racing this year, but all of a sudden he's got game on. Do you think he's been holding back because he didn't want to beat you?
I sure hope that's not why, but you know what? I know he sits down there at my dad's house, and Dad just gives him the same peck talks he gave me my whole life, so he's actually kind of taking my spot and getting the butt chewing, so
I like it.
it's good.
I like it. Good coach is hard to find.
All right, Dylan Hart, Star Valley Ranch, coming in at gate 11. Gate 11. Next rider on the hill is going to be number 278, Bo Richens, Idaho Falls, Idaho, on an Arctic Cat.
All right, 120.83 for Seth Wilson, 120.83. Still in there, I think. Well, definitely in there. As we go with racer number 217, Kyle Heap, Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Cole Thomas and Cole Thomas and Sam Peterson. I got reading down the wrong line. I was going to say the whole city of Afton was going to be going after him, which is almost true. Oh, boy. Kyle Heap and his sled separated. 12.8 going to be the high mark. 12.8 for Kyle Heap.
All right, blue lane's clear. Here we go with number 278, Bo Richens, Idaho Falls, Idaho, on an Articat. And followed by Tyler Coles, and he will finish up the class, and we will move into amateur stock. Garrett Tom, Connor Ellison, Lucas Conger, get them in, get them warmed up. Let's go. Eliason.
All right, here he is back on the line on the wannabe Captain America sled. Is racer number 0401, Cole Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris.
Yep, I got to give it to him. Look at that wrap.
It's beautiful. All right, clearing the red lane, ready to go. Let's squeeze the trigger on Cole Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris.
Bo Richens up and over with a 102.12, 102.12, and here it is. My man, number 818, Tyler Coles, Blackfoot, Idaho, on a Polaris. He's going to see if he can knock off Tanner Thomas.
All right. I would not be a bit surprised if we saw a leader change here. Zach Wormer's still holding on to the lead.
You know, these two going up the hill right here last year, they battled it out for first and second a lot of times. We'll see who can get to the top first. Cole's going to have to push with everything he's got to get in the lead here, and Tyler's doing the same.
Oh, boy. That spot there, 13, we'll have to get a racer to tell us what's going on up there. And it is one 1:13:22, good enough for second place right there. 1:13:22. For Cole Thomas up next, racer number 98, Sam Peterson, Wisdom, Montana. This is another racer that could make a big change in this lineup. He's going to be followed by Les Keller and Luke Rainey. Sam Peterson, Wisdom, Montana on Polaris. He is focused.
All right, Tyler Cole's up and over with a 1:01:15, not fast enough to get him there. So it looks like the win goes to Tanner Thomas, Afton, Wyoming on a Polaris. First place, 58:03. Second place is Cameron Conger. Third place, Dylan Hart, Lolo, Montana. Fourth place, Riley Kincaid after a get-off. And fifth place is going to go to Landon Kula. And that is unofficial. All right, now we're moving into amateur stock with Garrett Tom, Victor, Idaho on a Skidoo, number 24, followed by Connor Eliason and Lucas Conger.
All right, Sam smoothing out those bumps, making a good run of it right here. Don't look, Heidi. I see you watching.
Oh, looks like Garrett's going to run into a little trouble up there. Sled's upside down and running.
1:12:34. Man, that's how close it's getting. 1:12:34. About 500ths. I think that's about right. Of a second slower. On the hill right now, we've got Les Keller. If you didn't catch it, once again, Sam's time was 1:12:34. Second place right now. Les Keller on the hill. Luke Rainey up after that. Will Burgess, 7 stock. Pro Masters, be ready. Pro Masters, you're 3 away. Don't be late.
All right, headed up in the blue lane, number 326, Connor Eliason, Moroni, Utah on a Polaris, followed by Lucas Conger and Jason Tisdall.
One 15:13 for Les Keller. 1:15:13. As we go now with race number 303. You're responsible for this guy. Why don't you announce him?
All right, number 303, Luke Rainey on a Polaris out of Thane, Wyoming.
Incredible riding style right here. 1:12:29 the time to beat, and Luke's been watching real close. I don't know what goes through his mind, but he's been down there watching. He's picking the line, looking really clean right now. Wow, 105.53, 105. 53. Luke Rainey now in first place.
All right, Connor's up and over with the 141-20 for Connor Eliason. Now we're going to go with number 456, Lucas Conger, Grand Lake, Colorado, on a skidoo.
And in the red lane, we're rolling with racer number 541, Wild Will Burgess, Sublimity, Oregon, riding skidoo. He's going to be followed by ProMaster Stock, Farron Gilbert, Jim Marshall, and Tim Mackey. Wild Will getting it done. Crossing that rut. I'm glad you're here to give me the technical spec on what that was. I was thinking about it. Brandon told me that's where it crosses the rut from yesterday, 129.25 for Wild Will Burgess. That wraps up the class. And unofficially, things are going to go like this. First place going to go to Luke Rainey. Second place, Sam Peterson. Third, Cole Thomas. Fourth, Kobe Crapo. I think Zach Wormers was supposed to be in there somewhere. All right, let me recalculate that. But your top three is correct. And I will go over here and do some hand working. All right, so first place is going to be Luke Rainey. Second place going to be Zach Wormers, unofficially. Third place going to Sam. Yeah, and we're off and running in. I'll get you that top five here in just one sec, but it is on the hill. Race number 115, starting off ProMaster Stock. All these racers over the age of 40 years old. Fearless, Farron Gilbert, Cascade, Idaho, riding skidoo, followed by Jim Marshall and Tim Mackey.
All right, Lucas getting up there and getting a little trouble at 12.8. 12.8 for Lucas Conger. Next rider on the hill is going to be 271, Jason Tisdall, Aurora, Colorado, on a skidoo, followed by Jet Johnson and Jarek Harris.
All right, well, Farron is on his way up. I think I got it figured out. Unofficially, first place, Luke Rainey. We knew that. Second place, Zach Wormers. We knew that. Third place, Sam Peterson. We knew that. But what you might not have known is Cole Thomas is fourth. And Kobe Crapo, fifth place, unofficially right there. Farron Gilbert on the hill. Gonna get it going for Pro Masters once again, all over the age of 40 years old. 135.70 is going to set the bar. 135.70. Nice run, Farron. And so the first two are the two oldest racers in all of RMSHA. Farron just a few months younger than Jim Marshall, racer number 47, Jim Marshall. And he is actually a hometown boy. I forgot about that too. Bloomington. Yeah, 3 generations of Marshalls on the hill yesterday. That was absolutely cool. Jim Marshall charging the hill. Bloomington, Idaho, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Tim Mackey and Sherman Nielsen. Todd Tupper after that, the Shermanator. And Tim, by the way, you won some potatoes to take back to Minnesota. Don't be a tater hater. We got those for you.
All right, Jason Tisdale's up and over with a 126.24. 126.24 for Jason. Now we're going with 701. Jet Johnson, Canvas, Utah, on a skidoo, followed by Jarek Harris and my little buddy, Caden Rainey.
All right, Jim Marshall looks like he is still trying to. Hasn't called for help. I'm not sure what we had. They haven't called it yet. It may be a high mark. If he can get it back up and didn't pull the tether, can't tell from here. Just depends. If it's still running, might want to sacrifice the time so you don't sacrifice the motor without oil. But we'll wait for him to make that official call. I'm not going to do it. People knocking on my door if he didn't call it. Looks like he's turning it nose down, though. Just up there past gate 10 a little bit, but we'll let the hill help make that decision. All right. Looks like it called for help. 10.5 will be the high mark for Jim Marshall.
All right, new leader, Jet Johnson, Camas, Utah, 121.86. 121.86. Now we're going to go with number 584, Jarek Harris, Roberts, Idaho, on an Articat, followed by Caden Rainey and Colton Knox. All right, we just got word down that there is not a leader change. Jet Johnson got gate 13. Gate 13 for Jet Johnson. That moves back up to Jason Tisdall in the lead with a 126.24. Looks like 6.9. 6.9 in the blue lane for Jarek Harris.
And looks like we got Jim Marshall gathered up. Going to get him off into the right side of the track there. Get him out of harm's way as we get ready to go with the Minnesotan. Racer number 132, Tim Mackey, Hermantown, Minnesota, is riding Articat on the starting line. Winning some Idaho potatoes to take back to Minnesota with the Highmark Club. They're in Tyson's trailer, Tim. I know you're not thinking about potatoes right now, but I am. I always do. But they're in Tyson's trailer, your potatoes.
All right, if you guys watched the video this morning, we did a little bit of a pre-show. This guy right here on the line, number 203, Caden Rainey, was one of the stars of our pre-show.
Absolutely.
He is on a 600 snowmobile racing against a bunch of 850s.
That is just incredible.
The kid is, how old are you, Caden? 14? I think he's 14 years old, 13.
He's nodding, yeah.
He's a youngster, but this kid knows how to ride. Keep an eye out for this one in the up-and-coming years. He's going to be one of our world champions.
Well, and just like you said, we'll go ahead and point out that it's not because he's not allowed to ride an 850, because he can ride pretty much anything you put him on, but rules prohibit him at his age from getting on and competing on the same caliber of sleds of the people that he's beating.
There you go. You know, and actually when he rides the backcountry, I don't even know if he ever looks at a 600. I believe most of the videos I see, he's riding a 900 with twin pipes.
Just incredible. And that's what comes from this area. Tim Mackey looking like he's turning out down below the gates. We'll wait for that official high mark and report it to you. Tim Mackey going to take a high mark. And it is 9.8 as the high mark as we get ready to go with racer number 40, the Shermanator. Sherm Nilsson, Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding skidoo. Will be followed by Todd Tupper and Rick Haglund. He's pulling. He's on his way to the line. He knows his name.
All right, any of you guys listening in Afton or Montpelier, you're still close enough. Get your 120s, get them loaded up, and get headed this way. By 11:30, we can have a 120 race. 120s, don't forget about it.
Same with the locals race that we'll be doing directly after we do our King and Queen runs in the blue lane. Here we go. Caden whispering something to his snowmobile.
I think he's saying, my hands are cold, my hands are cold, my hands are cold.
He learned that trick from his dad because I thought that that's what Luke was doing yesterday, was whispering to it. All right, going to move past the Shermanator and go to Todd Tupper. Looks like he was pulling it on over there, but that skidoo just didn't want to run. Good thing Sherm's the mechanic for the team as we go with racer number 30, Todd Tupper, Ammon, Idaho, riding Arctic Cat. He'll be followed by Rick Haglund and Trent Hansaker.
And we're off in the blue lane. Number 203, Caden Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, on a Polaris. .600 Polaris.
Incredible. Speaking of incredible, Todd Tupper on the hill. Racer number 30, Todd Tupper, been around this business a day or two. Well, he's in the over 40 class, so that's an indicator. I think he could be in the seniors class, but I don't think he wants to.
You know, growing up around racing and being around here for the last 17 years, Todd Tupper's been one of my idols for a long time. I mean, not outside of racing, but here on the race course. I actually watched Todd Tupper snap his leg in Pocatello one time, and it about scared me to death. But you know what? He comes back, he fires up, and he keeps winning races.
There you go. You got to stick to it. Do what you love.
And there it is, new fast time on a 600, number 203, Caden Rainey, amateur stock 1:05:31, 1:05:31 for Caden Rainey.
He might have got some of that Keith Curtis alien bloods from somewhere. I don't know.
I don't know. I think his dad keeps him at arm's length from Keith.
Could be a true story right there. 1:17:041, 1:07:04 for Todd Tupper. Looks like Shermanator is back on the starting line. Racer number 40, the Shermanator, Sherm Nilsson, Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding skidoo. He'll be followed by Rick Haglund and Trent Hansaker.
All right, on the hill now, we got number 117, Colton Knox, Grand Lake, Colorado, on a skidoo, followed by Braden Holden Dickey and Jaden Marshall.
All right, he's moving again. Went out of the course a little. Haven't heard anything called. The Shermanator is back on and rolling. Going to keep on chugging.
All right, Colton Knox up and over with a 10809. 10809 for Colton Knox. Now we're going with number 752, Braden Dickey from Thane, Wyoming, on a skidoo. Followed by Jaden Marshall and Harper Handsaker.
Yep. All right. Sherm says, I think I'm going to avoid the trench. Turned out up there around 11. I don't think you're going to see him cross the finish line. He got out of the course. 10.6 going to be that high mark. It's about where Sherm said, I don't want to have to fix this thing. As we go to racer number 144 on the starting line in the red lane, ProMaster Stock, Rick Hagelin, Laramie, Wyoming, riding skidoo, followed by Trent Handsaker and Tony Zollinger. Tony Zollinger to the starting line. Tony Zollinger to the starting line. All right, going to mix up your program. We're going to move Trent Handsaker down to the bottom of the running order in ProMaster Stock.
All right, Braden run into a little trouble up there at 11.7 for Braden. Now we're going to go on to 407, Jaden Marshall, Bloomington, Idaho, hometown kid on a Polaris. Followed by Harper Handsaker and Colton Ehrman will finish up amateur stock.
$13.2 going to be the high mark for Rick Hagelin. Running into a little trouble up there. 13.2 for Rick Hagelin. Up next, racer number 235, Trent Handsaker, Camas, Utah. Riding skidoo, followed by Tony Zollinger and Brett Hillam. Oh, I'm sorry. I told you about it, then I forgot it. So we're going to go with racer number 3, Tony Zollinger, Wellsville, Utah, on an Arctic, followed by Brett Hillam and Dolan Phelps. We'll come back and pick up Trent in a little bit. All right, so we're going to go ahead and give the Shermanator gate 11 the way that it worked out. Gate high mark of 11 for the Shermanator. Going back to Sherm. Rick Hagelin on the hill right now with a high mark of 13.2.
It looks like Jaden Marshall got up there and got in a little trouble and ended up pulling his tether. It's going to mark him there at 10.1. 10.1 for Jaden Marshall. We're going to move on to number 435, Harper Handsaker, Camas, Utah, on a skidoo. Followed by Colton Ehrman. He will finish up amateur stock. And we will move into women's 600 stock. Brooke Long, Sammy McCackney, Taylor Peck. Get them in, get them ready, get them warmed up.
Move them out. I started singing Rawhide there when you did that. That's on a good roll.
Hey, Kenny, if you look over here at this top 12 right here, we only got 4 times. We got 2 riders left to see if they can get on the board and take that 5th spot. If not, it'll come to high marks.
Yeah, well, and here's the funny thing about the amateurs, only the top 3.
Ooh,
Yeah.
good call. Top 3. We got 4 times. We're good.
I like it. And the reason I know that is because I screw it up every week.
I think Harper knows what he's got to do. This kid's flying up through there making corners. He's riding that water snake like you can't believe. We'll see what happens here. We may have a change.
Oh, Tony Ryan took offense to the water snake comment. And when I say offense, I meant, well, it's a different definition of offense. It wasn't offensive. He just took offense to it. I better not be backtracking anymore. The more I talk about it, the worse it gets. Tony Zollinger on the hill.
And there it is. Harper Handsaker takes the lead with a 1:04.56. 1:04.56 for Harper, your new leader. Now we're going to go with number 469C, Colton Ehrman, Salmon Arm, British Columbia on an Articat.
In the red lane, Tony Zollinger was up and over with 1:18.65. 1:18.65 for Tony Zollinger. As we go with racer number 33, Brett Hillam, Plain City, Utah, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Dolan Phelps and Craig Gates.
Colton Ehrman's seeing what he can do with that short track. He's going to get her up around this corner. It looked fast through the bottom. He was smoking and a flying. We'll see what happens when he gets up here on the hill. Not going to quite get her done. 1:10.00 for Colton Ehrman. Not fast enough. Looks like, from what I'm seeing here, the win's going to go to number 435, Harper Handsaker, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo. 1:04.56. And in second, we're going to have Caden Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, on a Polaris. And third, Colton Knox, Grand Lake, Colorado. And that is unofficial. All right, moving into women's 600 stock with number 519, Brooke Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, on a Skidoo, followed by Sammy McCackney and Taylor Peck.
All right, Brett Hillam up and over with 137.66, 137.66 for Brett. I think that's good enough for third place, if I'm looking at it right. Oh, nope, fourth. So right now, Todd Tupper out in front, Tony Zollinger in second. Fearless Farron Gilbert holding on to third right now. Brett Hillam in fourth. That's where he's going to wind up. There we go. Racer number 169, Dolan Phelps, Fishhaven, Idaho, riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by Craig Gates and Brad Sharp. Last minute, yeah. All right, Dolan Phelps in the red lane, Pro Master Stock final. Dolan Phelps. All right, Dolan Phelps having a little bit of trouble there. It looked like before. I couldn't even tell what gate that was. It looked like 9, but the wind was blowing it. But Dolan Phelps having a little trouble. He's continuing up and over. I think the time is good. I didn't see him repull, but we'll leave that up to the officials to tell us, and I'll pass it on to you. That's how it works. It's a beautiful system.
All right, kind of the same story over here with Brooke. Number 519, she actually went up and over with a 3-minute, 23-second 01. 3:23:01 for Brooke Long. She did a couple powder turns up there. Now on the hill is number 330, Sammy McCackney, Francis, Utah, on a skidoo, followed by Taylor Peck and Tiffany McWilliams.
And Dolan Phelps with 128.97, 128.97 for Dolan Phelps as we go with racer number 321, Craig Gates, Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding Polaris, Brad Sharp after that, and then we'll come back and pick up Trent Hansaker.
Talk about this Brooke real quick. You know, you look at Brooke's time at 3 minutes and 23 seconds, but in a class like this, a time means a lot. You know, you guys sitting at home might think, man, that took forever, but you know what? That's a lot of heart, and your blood's pumping the whole time. You're getting arm pump. You know, there's money on the line here. You need to get a time. First one must finish before one finishes first.
There you have it right there. That is, it's so true, and that's what I love about this sport, the dedication. Like, last weekend, we saw Farron Gilbert do that exact thing. There's so many things that lay on the line. It could be a place today, or it could be in the points in the end of the year is where that comes into play. So I love the stick-to-itiveness and grit is what I called it last weekend of these racers.
1:22:23 new leader, Sammy McCackney, Francis, Utah, 1:22:23. Now on the hill is number 105, Taylor Peck, Rigby, Idaho, on a Polaris. You know that saying I just said, that come from Brett Jensen.
Is that right?
Yeah, every time I wreck, he goes, hey, first one must finish in order for one to finish first. You can always say, I was really fast to that spot.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Craig Gates with a 129.45, 129. I love that. 4-5 for Craig Gates. Racer number 206, Brad Sharp. Charging the hill right now, trying to fill our trailer up with snow. Moxie Washington making the change to Skidoo. Trent Hansaker going to wrap up the class. Todd Tupper still in the lead. Tony Zollinger in that number 2 spot.
I think Luke's favorite saying to me was, you had it.
Heard that a time or two from him, have you?
Oh, yeah, you had it right to gate 14.
I've since you've been in the trailer, that's the most I've ever heard Luke talk. Doing an interview with him is like pulling teeth. He tries to let his riding do his talking, and it says a lot.
Oh, yeah, and I'm sitting here watching Luke and Keith out here trash talk us over here, but you know what? We'll get in their heads by the end of the day. We might see a leader change. Keith may melt by the end of today.
Oh,
Keith?
boy. Oh. Good morning. Well, I don't want Maggie coming in here and tearing my head off. I'm on good terms with Maggie, so I'm going to leave him alone.
Lock the door.
I don't think that'd slow her down.
All right, Taylor Peck up and over with a 153.76. 153.76 for Taylor Peck. Now we're going to move on to number 902, Tiffany McWilliams, Dillon, Montana, on an Articat.
Brad Sharp is unofficially going to move into third place with 122.20, 122.20 in ProMaster stock. Trent Hansaker now going to wrap up the class, racer number 235. Trent Hansaker, Camas, Utah, riding Skidoo, and we're going to go into 900 stock. Be ready, Keith Curtis, Brock Sharp, Cameron Lindsay. Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. Pro seniors, I apologize. The pro seniors are in the blue lane. Sorry, Keith. I apologize. That is my bad. I'm going to need a running order for that. Pro senior, I am sorry. You are next up in the red.
Keith, if you can hear us, you're not up. Hey, you gate guys, can you pull Keith off there?
All right, so it's actually pro senior stock, and it'll be Sean Choate, Bob Tom, Farron Gilbert, Jeff Rogers, Jim Marshall, Brad Sharp. That one's on me.
129.10, 129.10 for Tiffany McWilliams. Now on the hills, number 27, Taylor Meyer, Soda Springs, Idaho, on a Polaris. Followed by Deborah Long, and she will finish up women's 600 stock, and we will move into juniors, ages 14 to 18. Juniors, 14 to 18, Dylan Pugmire, Raiden Lutz, Colton Knox. Get them in there, get them warm, let's go.
All right, that wraps up ProMaster stock, and Trent Hansaker coming in with a 111.87. That's going to make him your unofficial winner right now. Second place going to Todd Tupper. Third place, Tony Zollinger. Fourth, Brad Sharp. And fifth, Dolan went into pro senior stock. And I told you about the last class. Those are all racers over 40. These are all over the age of 50. That's right, 50 years old. Some of them way over 50 years old. Racer I shouldn't have put it like that. Racer number 710, Sean Choate up first. Core, Wyoming, riding Polaris.
My mistake. The running order calls for Taylor Myers, but Deborah Long is on the hill now. Taylor Myers will finish up the women's 600 stock.
All right, Sean Choate kind of taking the long way around. Going to wind up taking a high mark of gate 8 for Sean Choate. As we get ready to go now with racer number 24F, Bob Tom, Victor, Idaho, Plum Bob, as Brandon calls him. Riding Skidoo, he's going to be followed by Farron Gilbert and Jeff Rogers, Jim Marshall, Brad Sharp. Then we'll go back to the 900 stock. All right, we're good to go. Here we go, Bob Tom. Rolling on a Skidoo. I should say climbing. Rolling probably would be a bad term to use. All right, Bob Tom. All right, here we go. .2 going to be the high mark. 9.2 will be the high mark for Bob Tom. As we get ready to go now with racer number 115, Fearless Farron Gilbert, Cascade, Idaho, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Jeff Rogers and Jim Marshall. All right, climbing the hill right now, racer number 115, Fearless, Farron Gilbert, Cascade, Idaho, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Jeff Rogers and Jim Marshall, then Brad Sharp. Farron Gilbert coming in with 129.84. Going to put him in the lead right now. 129.84 for Farron Gilbert as we get ready to go with racer number 268, Jeff Rogers, followed by Jim Marshall and Brad Sharp.
All right, Deborah running into a little trouble up there at 9.5. Deborah's mark is 9.5. Now our last rider in this class, number 27, Taylor Meyer, Soda Springs, Idaho, on a Polaris. This girl could take the lead. She needs to get a 122.23 or lower to knock off Sammy McCackney.
Oh, Jeff Rogers running into a little snag there past gate 10, but they're calling it at 10.5. Yeah, 10.5 going to be the high mark for Jeff Rogers. We'll get him gathered up, and we'll roll with racer number 47, Jim Marshall, Bloomington, Idaho, riding Polaris, followed by Brad Sharp. That'll wrap up the class. Then we can come back and do 900 stock, Keith Curtis, Brock Sharp, and Cameron Lindsay.
All right, Taylor's up and over the top. Let's see what she can do. It doesn't look like it's going to be fast enough. 127.26. 127.26 for Taylor Myers. Yep.
There's something inside us, something that motivates us. A longing to get out, to break free. Some call it adventure. Others call it escape. But we don't ride to escape life. We ride to capture it. Polaris. Think outside.
The juniors, ages 14 to 18. Dylan Pugmire, Raiden Lutz, Colton Knox. Let's go. All right, first out, number 590, Dylan Pugmire, Montpelier, Idaho, hometown kid on a skidoo, followed by Raiden Lutz and Colton Knox. All right, Dylan up and over with a 110.00. 110.00 for Dylan Pugmire. Now on the hill, another hometown kid, number 125, Raiden Lutz out of Garden City, Utah, on a Polaris, followed by Colton Knox and Lucas Conger.
We are off and rolling with racer number 47, Jim Marshall. He's been on this planet longer than any other racer. That's the softest way I can put it right there. But he's got the skills, rides almost every day, lives right here in this country. It's his kind of snow, and it is beautiful country to ride in. Jim Marshall charging the hill. Brad Sharp going to wrap it up. Then we'll go to 900 stock with Keith Curtis, Brock Sharp, Cameron Lindsay. We're coming your way.
Looks like Raiden got up there and got into a little trouble and run over gate 10. It's being marked at gate 10 for Raiden.
Oh. just went to go through that trench. Jim had a pretty good run going, and then just kind of all of a sudden got tripped up. Oh, they're standing back. Yeah, maybe we better not call it yet. Time's still clicking for Jim Marshall if he can turn it around, just like Brandon was talking about, and that's it right there. That's what I love about these guys. Jim did not give up, didn't lose the motor. He's going to go ahead and get across that finish line, and that is going to put in the money with a time of 2:06:09. 2:06:09. All right, 2:06:09. 2:06:09 for Jim. We're going to wrap up Pro Seniors right now. Racer number 206, Brad Sharp, Moxie, Washington, riding Skidoo.
All right, so Raiden had the high mark of 10 in the blue lane. Up next, number 117, Colton Knox out of Grand Lake, Colorado on a Skidoo, followed by Lucas Conger, Jet Johnson, and wrapping that up will be Braden Dickey next.
All right, Brad Sharp came to a abrupt halt up there. Had to restart the sled. 9.4 going to be his high mark. So looks like, yeah, I've been waiting a long time for this. Racer number 115, Fearless Farron Gilbert, is going to be in your number one spot for Pro Senior Stock. And Jim Marshall coming in second. Jeff Rogers in third. Bob Tom fourth. Sean Choate fifth place. That is your seniors. All right, moving on now to 900 stock. Up first, racer number 711, Keith Curtis, Dylan Montana riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Brock Sharp and Cameron Lindsay.
All right, Colton Knox up and over with a 1:03.92. 1:03.92. We'll put him in the lead. Now we're going to go with number 456, Lucas Conger, Grand Lake, Colorado on a Skidoo, followed by Jet Johnson and Braden Holden Dickey.
Oh, boy, he set that bar awful high. Fastest time of the day on the course, 1:01.78. I believe that is. Don't quote. Oh, I got a little thing I can look at. Second fastest time on the course of the day, if the first one was a real one. I believe that is the fastest time of the day. Up next, racer number 706, Brock Sharp, Moxie, Washington, second-generation racer. Just saw his dad go. Switching over to Skidoo this year, he's going to be followed by Cameron Lindsay and Jaden Cook. Oh, all right, shared sled. So we got Cameron on the course. I thought that was an interesting-looking Skidoo. So we'll move Brock down. Cameron Lindsay on the hill, Wellsville, Utah, riding Articat.
Lucas Conger up and over with a 1:14.03. 14:03 for Lucas Conger. Now we'll move on to number 701, Jet Johnson, Camas, Utah, on a skidoo, followed by Braden Dickey and Mason Irwin.
All right. So, Scott Long, your dog is trying to help crew for the people in the hot pit, and they don't want the help. Scott Long, please holler for your dog. Get it out of the hot pit. $122.96 for Cameron Lindsay. As we get ready to go with number 78, Jaden Cook, Ogden, Utah, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Taylor Seamers and Luke Rainey. All right, Jaden. Focused. This is a kid that doesn't let out even if things are going wrong. He just pins it and goes. Got a lot of skill. Really pulling it together the last couple of seasons. He's always been good. He's always been fast, but you just had to flip a coin if it was going to be a spectacular crash or a really fast time. Oh, man. Flew over the trench and killed the sled. Oh, man. Looks like is that what it is? Broke a belt. 6.1 going to be the high mark, and probably going to need a tow if we got somebody that could go help him. Hard landing there. Probably broke a belt is what we're thinking. He's nodding. He says, yeah, that's what I did, Kenny. Thanks for rubbing it in. Hey, it wasn't your fault. All right. Somebody found a three-way adjustable ball hitch. Three-way adjustable ball hitch on the road coming in. So if anybody here is missing said hitch, we'll get it back to you.
All right, Hills. Oh, got hit with a rock. Hills clearing the blue lane, and we're off and running with number 752, Braden Dickey, Thane, Wyoming, on a skidoo, followed by Mason Irwin and Garrett Tom.
Oh, my goodness. We're having a little bit of a rough time over here. These guys are gunning and ready to go. Taylor Seamers piling it up right there at gate number 3. Repulling that is probably going to be his high mark. The angle I'm looking at could be 3 and change. 3.1 is what we're going to say for now. 3.1 for Taylor Seamers. That is tough luck right there. Up next, here we go. Racer number 303, Luke Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, riding Polaris. Time to beat right now. Keith Curtis with 1:01.78. Let's see what happens. It's going to be good.
All right, Braden Dickey up and over with a 1:13.94. 1:13.94 for Braden Dickey. Not quite fast enough to put him in the lead. We'll move down to number 712, Mason Irwin, Rock Springs, Wyoming, on a skidoo, followed by Garrett Tom and Harper Handsaker.
All right, Luke's charging the hill on his home turf. He's got to get it done in under 101.78 to take the lead.
All right, looks like Mason Irwin is a scratch. So on the hill now, you got number 24, Garrett Tom, Victor, Idaho, on a skidoo, followed by Harper Handsaker and Connor Eliason.
Sorry, I screamed a little. Luke Rainey taking it right now with 59.72. Got it done in under a minute. New fastest time of the day. Luke Rainey moves into the lead and said, "Not at my house, Keith Curtis." That's what he was saying, or something like that. I'm pretty sure was what he was saying. As we get ready to go now, I think we're going to go with Brock Sharp. Yeah, we're going to go back and pick up Brock Sharp, racer number 706. Brock Sharp, Moxie, Washington, riding skidoo.
$11.9 for Garrett Tom. Run into a little trouble up there. Next rider on the hill is going to be number 435, Harper Handsaker, Camas, Utah. He won the stock class for the amateur stock class, and he's moving on to the juniors, 14 to 18. Let's see what Harper can do.
Brock Sharp with 1:07.45, 1:07. 4-5 for Brock Sharp as we get ready to go with racer number 636. Tony Watersnake riding Ryan. Roy, Utah, riding skidoo. He's going to be followed by Tanner Myers and Logan Halford. You're teaching me some real bad habits.
I'm serious, though. You get on a skidoo, it's like riding a water snake. These guys, you got to give them all the props in the world to be able to take one of them up a hill.
Well, the thing that... Oh, that was good stuff. The thing that confuses me a little bit is how do you know what it's like to ride a water snake?
You know what? I was little once.
I was just going to say. Yeah, that silence said it all right there.
All right, here we go with number 435, Harper Handsaker, Camas, Utah, on a skidoo.
Boy, Kenny, look at that sled over on the starting line. Ain't that purty?
Sure is.
Wonder what the rider looks like.
Do that helmet thing and shake his hair. All right, so Tony Ryan came up with 1:15.54. That good-looking devil we were just talking about. Well, good-looking snowmobile. Tanner's not too bad either. Racer number 2, Tanner Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho, riding Polaris. Going to be followed by Logan Halford and Spanky. Oh, my goodness. Well, it just comes down to it. If you do not give it every single thing you got, there's no way you're going to get to the Frank May Skidoo winner's circle, and that is what happened right there. Tanner just giving it everything he had. And right now he's saying, that's a shucks right there. That's a darn. Son of a gun. That was a son of a gun. Oh. All right, we're watching. He didn't restart it, so time's still ticking. Tanner Meyer's going to get up there, like you said. A time counts. Maybe not today, but down the road it could make the difference.
You know, it's one thing to watch Keith throw a 101 up there on the board, and you're like, man, I don't know what I've got to do this. But then Luke to turn around and throw a 59.72 on the board. Holy moly, you got to lay it out there. And Tanner was just doing it through them bumps, hitting all them big ice ruts, and then it put him right on his head. But you know what? The kid's so dang strong. He just held on to the handlebars and was able to keep going.
Incredible. Yeah, I mean, didn't throw him too far.
Harper Hunsaker up and over with a 110.97. 110.97. Not going to be fast enough to beat Colton Knox 103.92. Now we'll move on to Connor Eliason, Moroni, Utah, number 326 on a Polaris.
137.26. 137.26 for Tanner Myers. Hanging in there. Up next is racer number 625, Logan Halford, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Arctic Cat. He'll be followed by Blaine Matthews, Kyle Heap, and Andy Thomas, all tough racers yet to come. Tyler, somebody wants to say hi. You got cameras all over the place. I'll tell Hal to mind his business. He was all critical about Brandon and what he might say. Now he's instigating, getting you to do things that's going all over the internet.
All right, we're off and running the blue lane. Number 326, Connor Eliason, Moroni, Utah, on a Polaris. Let's see if he can get up there and knock off the 103.92 from Colton Knox.
And Logan Halford flies by. There is no halfway here in this class, folks. The bar is set, and it is set high. He turned it into a rhythm section, and it is it's a white guy rhythm is what that is.
Right there's a prime example of what it looks like to ride a water snake.
Gotcha. But it's a kitty cat.
I think it's an alpha rail, see, and that Team Motion
Yeah.
alpha rail have a lot in common.
Yeah, I saw that. It's cool when it.
All right.
Go ahead.
Connor Eliason's up and over with a 107.51. 107.51. Not quite fast enough. Now we're going to move on to Jaden Marshall, number 407, hometown boy, Bloomington, Idaho, on a Polaris.
All right, so Logan Halford going to wind up with a high mark of 9 on the red lane. High mark of 9. Had all kinds of things going on, water snake riding and all kinds of stuff. But look out, this guy just absolutely tore it up yesterday. We talked about him on the morning show as well. Racer number 230, Spanky. Blaine Matthews, Pinedale, Wyoming. Going to try to stick a skidoo in between those Polarises or out in front of him would make him even happier than that. Here we go. Blaine Matthews on the hill. Right in there, but not quite fast enough. 103.28 for Spanky. 103.28 for Blaine Matthews. Up next, racer number 217, Kyle Heap, Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris. Having some arguments with this hill today, but this is going to be his run. I can feel it. Andy Thomas is going to wrap up the 900 stock class. Racer number 104, Andy Thomas, next up.
All right, Jaden Marshall up and over with a 152.87. 152.87 for Jaden Marshall. Now my little buddy, 203, Caden Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, on a Polaris. On a 600, racing against all 600s on this run. Looks like he's running into a little trouble up there. We'll see if he can make it up.
All right, Kyle Heap with 115.68, 115.68 for Kyle Heap. Wrapping up the class right now, racer number 104, Andy Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris.
All right, Caden Rainey running into a little trouble, but he still got a time of 1:10.24. 1:10.24 for Caden Rainey. Now on the hills, number 584, Jarek Harris, Roberts, Idaho, on an Articat, followed by Chance Jones, and he will finish up the juniors 14 to 18 class, and we'll move into juniors 12 to 13. Get them ready.
All right, and Andy Thomas having just a little bit of trouble when he jumped the trench right there. Seems to be a pretty precise landing you got to have on that to be able to smooth it out. It's going to cost him a little bit of time, but look at the speed he's putting on right now, taking up everything that he can to get it as clean as he can. A little wobbly there. Stay with it. There we go. (1:15.11), 1:15.11 for Andy Thomas. So unofficially looks like it's going to be first place Luke Rainey, second place Keith Curtis, third Blaine Matthews, fourth Brock Sharp, and I believe that is going to put Andy Thomas in fifth. Heads up on the hill. Sled coming down, heads up. It's a rolling, rocking.
You guys
flying.
in the pit be watching. I don't think it'll come to you, but here it comes.
Whoa. Easy, boy.
All right, Jarek Harris getting up there and getting in a little trouble at gate 12. His sled come to the bottom of the hill. It looks like it's okay. It's almost going to stop down here right in the pit. Now we'll go with our last rider, number 347, Chance Jones, hometown boy, Smoot, Wyoming, on a skidoo.
Now moving into 1,000 stock. 1,000 stock up first is going to be racer number 303. Once again, Luke Rainey, Thane, Wyoming. Going to see if he can take another win right here. He'll be followed by Mason Rutledge and Cameron Lindsay.
All right, Luke knows after his last run of a 58.59, he's going to have to do it again to keep out in front. And it looks like he's letting her all hang out up there, headed for the top. Here he heads going through the lights at 1:01.48 for Luke Rainey. 1:01.48. Now we're going to run it with number 522, Mason Rutledge, Rigby, Idaho, on a skidoo, followed by Cameron Lindsay and Andy Thomas. All right, 12.8 for Chance Jones. 12.8 for Chance Jones, so it looks like unofficially the win's going to go to number 117, Colton Knox, Grand Lake, Colorado, on a skidoo, a 1:03.92. And second place coming in with Connor Ellison. Third place, Dylan Pugmire. Fourth place, Caden Rainey. And fifth place, Harper Handsaker. That is unofficial. All right, here we go. The first one in the junior class, number 13, Tucker Shippey. He's out of Nevada on an Articat. Followed by Tragan Phelps and Brody Zollinger. Mason Rutledge up and over with a 1:06.51. 1:06.51 for Mason Rutledge. Now we're going with number 185, Cameron Lindsay, out of Westville, Utah, on an Articat, followed by Andy Thomas and Toby Shepard. All right, looks like Tucker got up there and got a little trouble. We'll get you a gate at 8.9. 8.9 for Tucker Shippey. Now we're going to go on to number 168, Tragan Phelps, Fish Haven, Idaho, on a Polaris. 109.47 for Cameron Lindsay. 109.47, not fast enough. Now we're going to move on to Pretty Boy. 104 Andy Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by Toby Shepard and Blaine Matthews. Andy Thomas had a little trouble on his last run, and he knows what he's got to do to beat Luke Rainey out of that number 1 spot, and he's letting her all hang out. Oh, Tragan's running into a little trouble and having to turn out up there. I'll get you his gate as soon as I can. $11.2 for Tragan Phelps. Now we're going to move on to number 66, Brody Zollinger, Logan, Utah, on an Articat. And keep in mind, this is a 1-cylinder 400 Articat right here. 106.22 for Andy Thomas. Not quite fast enough. Now we're going to move on to number 22, Toby Shepard. They got him at Victor, Idaho, but I know he's not there. He's up in Montana. And it claims he's on a Skidoo, and that's wrong also. He is a Polaris rider.
Oh.
Toby Shepard's looking at the lights with a 107.64, 107.64 for Toby Shepard. Now we're going with Spanky, number 230, Blaine Matthews out of Pinedale, Wyoming, on a Skidoo. He's been qualifying really hot. We'll see if he can final out in this one. All right, Brody getting up there and having a little trouble. Ending at 12.6 for Brody. 12.6, Brody Zollinger. Next rider on the hill will be number 314, Aaron Tapio, Battleground, Washington, on an Articat.
Oh, man. That is not what I wanted to see for Spanky. 12.9. Going to be the high mark. Had a good run going. Little bobbles everywhere up there. I think is just kind of almost unseeable until you're on top of them. And he corrected all of them. He had a really good head of steam going there. And then that last one threw him out. 12.9. High mark for Spanky as we get ready to go with racer number 217, Kyle Heap, Evanston, Wyoming. Riding Polaris will be followed by Greg Dana and Sam Peterson. All right, real quick, once again, if you are watching from home, it's 10:31 Mountain Standard Time, February 13th. So you know you're right, watching the right feed. If that correlates with whatever time zone you happen to live in, you're here. You're live with us, me and Captain America, Brandon Tittenser, on the microphone instead of the Polaris Kyle Heap charging the hill.
All right, and if you're listening to this, juniors ages 12 to 13, as of now, we're all high marks. 2 riders left to try to put a time on the board and move into the lead. Next one on the hill is going to be 3:14, Aaron Tapio, Battleground Washington on an Articat, followed by Jarrett Johnson, and he will finish up juniors ages 12 to 13, and we will move into women's improved stock. Brooke Long, Taylor Myers, Sammy McCackney, get them in there, get them warmed up, and let's go.
Yes, sir. And speaking of let's go on these T-shirts. We got a handful of them left. We're selling them for $15. That's $5 off and a free sticker. Long as supplies last, get your RMSHA T-shirt represent. Only $15. Oh, and we've got a couple of hoodies, 2Xs and 3Xs. So just a couple of hoodies left. One you can wear as a tent if you want to. 109.64, 109.64 for Kyle Heap. 109.64 up next, racer number 789, Greg Dana, Thane, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Sam Peterson and Jaden Cook.
All right, all clear. Mr. Tapio.
And Big Dog's Burger Barn switching over to the lunch menu, folks. I'm here to tell you, this is your last day, your last chance to get food from Big Dog's, well, until next week. But it is the best. They got actual French fries at a hill climb, and that is something special, and they are fantastic. We just polished off some burritos from the breakfast menu, so you can go over and get the lunch menu right now. It's really good stuff over at Big Dog's. Keep them busy over there. They came all the way from Afton early in the morning to feed you. 12.8 is the high mark. 12.8. For Greg. 12.8 for Greg Dana as we go with racer number 98, Sam Peterson, Wisdom, Montana, riding Polaris, followed by Jaden Cook and Keith Curtis.
All right, Aaron Tapio knows what he's got to do, and he's up towards the top. And we'll see if we can get our first time in the junior class. There it is, 129.16, 129.16 for Aaron Tapio, taking the lead. And our last rider in the class is number 71, Jarrett Johnson, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo. Then we will move into women's improved stock.
Oh, Sam, no. Had a good run going. I think he's still running in kind of a tough spot to be able to get rolling. Oh, man, this hill today. That red lane is just taking him out. All right, here we go. Jaden Cook, racer number 78 out of Ogden, Utah, riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by Keith Curtis and Jay Menaberry.
All right, Jarrett Johnson got up there, got into a little trouble. Going to mark him at 12.5, 12.5. So unofficially, the winner of the junior 12 to 13 is number 314, Aaron Tapio, Battleground Washington, on an Articat with a 129.16. Second place, so go to Brody Zollinger on the 400 Articat, 12.6 high mark. And third place, Jarrett Johnson, Camas, Utah, at a 12.5.
And, Jaden Cook going to take a high mark at 9.5, and Jesselyn match from the get-go on that one. Looks like he might be holding his hand a little bit. He won the sled dogging contest yesterday, I think it was. All right. Up next, going to be racer number 711, Keith Curtis, followed by racer 411, Jay Menaberry. Then we're going to go to 600 Improve. 600 Improve, be ready. Les Keller, Cole Thomas, Russ Tapio.
All right, we'll get Jarrett down off the hill and get it cleared, and we will start running Women's Improved Stock. Number 519, Brooke Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, on a Skidoo, followed by Taylor Myers and Sammy McCackney.
All right. The duel continues. Luke Rainey in first place with 101.48. Keith Curtis on the starting line. Let's see what happens.
You know, Keith's last run, he was a 101 something and some change. We'll see if he can do it again. It'll be about as pretty a run as you can get.
Absolutely, and he is full steam ahead.
Boy, he went through that section with Carl's cycle suspension. Woo! Flew through there.
Heck yeah. Big thanks to Carl Cycle, by the way, big sponsors of the Rocky Mountain States Hill Climb Association. Cheyenne Stirk, when you get a sec, will you mosey over this direction, Cheyenne, with your computer?
All right, Keith's headed for the top right now, and looks like he's going to turn in a 101.57. Not quite fast enough. Luke Rainey still holds the lead.
Oh, my goodness. Well, the train robber's up, and he likes to get in and mess these kind of things up big time. Racer number 411, Jay Menaberry, Alpine, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, and he is giving her all she's got, Captain.
Boy, you know, if there's a guy that can do it on a Skidoo between him and Blaine, and oh boy, it could go any way right here. I happen to think that this guy right here is you're gonna see something wild here in just a second. He's going high right there through the deep snow. He's taking a different line than everybody else. He's riding that water snake up around the corner, and he's giving her all she's got.
This is racing right here, folks. I love it.
Brett Jensen, as soon as they get done running in the blue lane, we are going to run locals, and you will be ready.
Oh, man, a great run, but you've got to be, a little bobble right there. Nice run, and that was no easy chore to get that time right there. It just kind of shows you what kind of competition we got going on. So first place unofficially going to be Luke Rainey. Second place, Keith Curtis. Third, Andy Thomas. Fourth, I think that is going to be Jay. And I think that'll push Mason to fifth. That is unofficial. Off and running in 600 improved racer number 147. Les Keller, Kalispell, Montana. Riding Polaris, followed by Cole Thomas and Russ Tapio.
All right, and in the blue lane, we got Brooke Long up there at 11.5, run into a little trouble, 11.5. Well, now we're going to run number 27, Taylor Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho, pretty much a local girl here on a Polaris. And if you look down here at the starting line, this is one of the best-looking sleds on the circuit, Moto Assassins. Here we go.
Les Keller comes in with 116.54, 116.
Polaris, followed by Sammy McCackney and Deborah Long. Locals, all you locals that want to race, need to get signed up because when we get done running the kings and queens over here in the blue lane, you will be up.
And Cole Thomas, new leader right there in 600, improved 1:11.82, 1:11.82. For Cole Thomas, up next, racer number 322, Russ Tapio, Battleground, Washington, riding Articap, followed by Sam Peterson and Tanner Myers.
Taylor Myers run into a little trouble up there and got her moving and got her going. We'll see what we get.
Russ Tapio up and over with 113.94, 113.94 as we go with racer number 98, Sam Peterson, Wisdom, Montana, riding Polaris, followed by Tanner Myers and Seth Wilson.
All right, Taylor turns in a 159.02, 159.02 for Taylor Myers. Now on the hills, number 330, Sammy McCackney, Francis, Utah, on a Skidoo, coming off a win in the last class. And then we'll go with Deborah Long and Tiffany McWilliams.
All right. Well, I guess that's not the worst thing to have left in my trailer. If you're missing a triple ball hitch from your truck or something, there's one found on the road, so it's in my trailer. Come and get it. 107.44. Sam Peterson moves out in front. 107.44. New leader, Sam Peterson, Wisdom, Montana, on of Polaris as we go now to racer number 2, Tanner Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Seth and Tavern. Tanner off and running, charging hard. He's got a vendetta on that hill, I'll tell you.
He made it look a lot better through that section this time. He was not on his head.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Sammy McCackney up and over with a 1:19.30. New leader, 1:19.30 for Sammy. Now on the hill, we got number 49, Deborah Long from Spirit Lake, Idaho, on a skidoo, followed by Tiffany McWilliams and Taylor Peck will finish up women's improved stock.
And Tanner Myers coming to a stop there for just a second, but he's cracking at it again. Man. It's kind of hard to tell from this perspective, but that might be getting trenched out up there and getting a little deep because these guys just all of a sudden, tons of momentum, and it's like they squeeze the brakes, and we know dang well that isn't what happened. Wow. Tanner almost thought I heard a sonic boom as he went over there. 1:19.33, making up everything he could at the very end there. Up next, here he comes, racer number 89, Seth Wilson, pacing Utah, riding Polaris, followed by Tavern Rupp and Brock Sharp.
All right, Deborah Long up and over with a 1:24.38. 1:24.38 for Debbie Long. Now we're moving on to number 902, Tiffany McWilliams, Dillon, Montana, on an Articat, followed by Taylor Peck, who will finish up women's improved. We will move into semi-pro improved stock. Tanner Thomas, our winner, Dan Massou, and Dylan Hart.
One 14:27 for Seth. 1:14. Good time. 2:7 for Seth Wilson. That's right in there. As we go now to race number 192, Tavern Rupp, Tremont, Utah, riding Polaris, followed by Brock Sharp and Calvin Ehrman.
Tiffany Williams up and over with a 1:21.34, not quite fast enough to move into the lead. Now we're off and running with number 105, Taylor Peck, Rigby, Idaho, on a Polaris. And then we will move into semi-pro improved stock.
Oh, there's another one of those spots. You see what I'm talking about right there. All of a sudden, I don't know if they're readjusting and letting off the throttle or something's grabbing a hold of them up there, but 1:16.20 for Tavern Rupp. 1:16.20 going now with racer number 706, Brock Sharp, Moxie Washington riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Calvin Ehrman and Zach Wormers.
Remember, 11:30 we'll meet over at the 120 course. 11:30 for the 120 and 200s. We will have 120 stock, 120 mod, 200 stock, and 200 mod. All right, Taylor Peck up and over with a 134.11. Not quite fast enough. Looks like your winner's going to be Sammy McCackney. Again, taking 2 wins today. Second place can be Tiffany McWilliams. Third place, Deborah Long. Fourth place, Taylor Peck. And fifth place, Taylor Myers.
And Brock Sharp comes in with a 119.16. 119.16 for Brock Sharp. And off and running racer number 524C, Calvin Ehrman, Salmon Arm, British Columbia, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Zach Wormers and Cody Bonney. Garth Kaufman going to wrap up the class. And Ryan Thompson just checked in.
All right, on the semi-pro improved stock, number 120, my man, Tanner Thomas, won the last class, coming from Afton, Wyoming, followed by Dan Massou and Dylan Hart. Tanner's up and over with a 5.773, new fast time in the blue lane, 5.773, fastest time of the day so far. All right, on the hill now we got number 838, Dan Massou, Etna, Wyoming, on a skidoo, followed by Dylan Hart of Lolo and Dylan Hart of Star Valley.
Back-to-back Dylans for you.
You know, when they get older, I hope one of them doesn't cause a problem at the bar.
Oh, there you go.
Because both of them are going to go to jail until they figure it out.
That's right, 117.15, 117.15 for Calvin Ehrman. Up next, racer number 134, Zach Wormers, Bozeman, Montana. Riding Polaris, he'll be followed by Cody Bonney and Garth Kaufman. Going to wrap up the class. 700 improved, be ready. Kobe Crapo, Sam Peterson, and Russ Tapio. Sam Peterson still holding on to the lead in the 600 improved. We got Sam first, Cole Thomas in second, Russ Tapio in that number 3 spot. Zach Wormer's going to try to put his sled in there somewhere.
That is my old sled.
Put Brandon's old sled in there somewhere.
All right, Dan's up and over with a 106.31. 106.31. Now on the hill is number 216, Dylan Hart, Lolo, Montana, on a Polaris, followed by the other Dylan Hart, Star Valley Ranch, and pretty boy, Tyler Coles.
All right, racers, please make sure you're staying well out of that course. I know you want a close-up look, but it sounds like some of you are about close enough to get a 3D view that you don't want. Please make sure and stay out of the course. We don't have to do a rerun. 120.55. 120.55 for Zach Wormers. Racer number 854, Cody Bonney, Helena, Montana, riding Polaris. Garth Kaufman going to wrap it up. Go straight into 700 improved with Kobe Crapo, Sam Peterson, and Russ Tapio.
All right, Dylan Hart up and over with a 5.846. 5.846, not quite fast enough to bump off Tanner Thomas. Now we're going to run with it. Looks like Coles. Should be Dylan Hart of Star Valley. Okay, never mind. Sad news just came in. Dylan Hart of Star Valley is a scratch. He has some medical stuff. So we're going with 818, Tyler Coles, Blackfoot, Idaho, on a Polaris. Pretty boy.
All right, those of you watching at home, if you've got folks that aren't on Facebook, I believe we're also simulcasting this on rmxsports.tv. You can just put that URL in a browser, and that will pull up RMX Sports TV, and you can watch it on a smart TV or something like that. Full screen, that is an option for you if you'd like to go over and watch this simulcast on rmxsports.tv. 113-42, 11342. And while you're over at rmxsports.tv, don't forget to subscribe. A lot of good stuff over there.
All right, looking over at your pro lane over here, you've got Sam Peterson that's been on top a lot before, but this man right here loves to bump him off. We'll see what he does here today. He was able to get him last week, but we'll see if Sam can hold on.
First taste of Garth today, too. That's there's a whole lot more to come from Garth.
All right, Tyler Coles comes in with a 101.71. 101.71 for Tyler Coles, not quite fast enough. Now we're going with number 308, Landon Kula, Yokalt, Washington on an Articat, followed by Bo Richin and Daxon Zollinger.
Woo! Garth Kaufman coming in with 112.37. Sam Peterson still going to take it. So, unofficially, looks like first place is going to go to Sam Peterson. Second place going to go to Cole Thomas. Garth Kaufman squeezing in there for third. Cody Bonney fourth. And I believe, unofficially, Russ Tapio in fifth. Off and running right now with 700. Improved Kobe Crapo, St. Anthony, Idaho, riding Polaris.
All right, Landon Kula up and over with a 5.896, 5.896. Not quite fast enough. That's probably good enough to put him in the number 3 spot right now. And we're off and running with number 278, Bo Richins, Idaho Falls, Idaho on an Articat, followed by Daxon Zollinger and Cameron Conger. I know that name. Don't know the kid, know the name. Fast.
Yeah. You get to bump elbows with him before the end of the day, I promise. Kobe Crapo starts things off with 113.79, 113.79. Racer number 98 already chalked up one win in this class. Sam Peterson, Wisdom, Montana, leaving the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line. Here we go.
All right, Bo Richins up and over with a 102.79. 102.79 for Bo Richins. Now on the hill is number 917, Daxon Zollinger, Millville, Utah, on an Articat. Followed by him will be Cameron Conger and Dylan Boyce. All right, 103.90 for Dax Zollinger, 103.90 for Dax. Here we go. Number 725, Cameron Conger, Granby, Colorado, on a Skidoo. Watch this kid. He will be coming up in the pros shortly. He is fast. Followed by Dylan Boyce and Riley Articat Kincaid.
And Sam Peterson coming in with a nice clean run of 1:08.43, putting him in the lead again now in 700, improved on the hill. Racer number 322, Russ Tapio, Battleground Washington, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Trayson Lutz and Cody Bonney.
Cameron Conger up and over with a 1:10.47, 1:10.47 for Cameron Conger. Must have run into a little trouble up there. Now we're going with number 729, Dylan Boyce, Rigby, Idaho, on a skidoo. Followed by Riley Articat Kincaid, and to finish up the class will be Jackson Fast Rogers.
All right, Russ Tapio crossed the Frank May Skidoo finish line at 1:14.83, off and running right now. Racer number 126, Trayson Lutz, Garden City, Utah. Riding Polaris, he'll be followed by Cody Bonney and Les Keller.
All right, Dylan Boyce up and over with a 1:00.06. 1:00.06 for Dylan Boyce. Now on the hill is the Racer of the Year's son, number 102, Riley Articat Kincaid from Victor, Idaho, on an Articat.
1:10.98. 1:10.98. Now second place, Trayson Lutz with 1:10.98 as we get ready for the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line. Race number 854, Cody Bonney, Helena, Montana. Riding Polaris, he'll be followed by Les Keller and Tanner Myers.
Boy, there's a whole lot of speed on that starting line. You got Les Keller with the prettiest snowmobile in the circuit, and then you got, who is that? Jackson Rogers at the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line. Riley Kincaid up and over with a 1:02.58. 1:02.58 for Riley Kincaid. Here we go. If there's one man that can do it in this class, this is him. Number 267, Jackson Fast Rogers, Camas, Utah, on a skidoo. And then we will move into Amateurs Improved. Raiden Lutz, Connor Eliason, and Harper Handsaker. Hi, Les. Man, you look good, Les.
One 1:13.16, 1:13.16 for Cody Bonney. Up next, racer number 147, Les Keller, Kalispell, Montana, on Brandon's old sled. Riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Tanner Myers and Cole Thomas. Sorry, Brandon, that was me trying to give Brandon possession of Les's sled. He says, that one's faster than yours? What? You selling the wrong one?
All right, Jackson Rogers up and over with a 1:02.09, not fast enough. Looks like the win again is going to go to my man, number 120, Tanner Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, on a Polaris. 57 seconds, 73, 5.773, fastest time of the day in the blue lane, Tanner Thomas. Looks like second place is going to go to Dylan Hart, Lolo, Montana. Third place, Landon Kula. And let's see, fourth place, Dylan Boyce. And fifth place, I missed that, Jackson Rogers. Unofficial.
Ooh.
I missed Tyler Coles. Tyler Coles is in there somewhere with a 1:01.71.
And Les Keller coming in with 1:11.13. 1:11.13, good enough for third place unofficially as we go with racer number 2. Tanner Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho, looking for big things from this guy right now. It's all coming together for him. He's riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Cole Thomas and Riley Sprunger.
All right, first out in the amateurs improved, number 125, Raiden Frenzy Lutz from Garden City, Utah. Pretty much a hometown boy on a Polaris, followed by Connor Eliason and Harper Handsaker. Tanner Myers up and over with a 1:13.25. 1:13.25. Off and running now here in the red lane is Cole Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, number 401 on a Polaris, and he is eager to win a class. This kid, he got chewed up yesterday. He's got some cuts and bruises, but he's out here running today, and it don't look like it's affecting him much.
All right, Cole Thomas, 113.91, 1:3.90. They're fist fighting in there for those bubble spots right now. Racer number 515, Riley Sprunger on the hill, Butte, Montana, riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by Seth Wilson and Tavern Rupp, Garth Kaufman. Once again, wrapping up the class.
All right, Raiden getting up there and getting into a little trouble. 11.3 is the mark for Raiden Lutz. Next rider on the hill in the blue lane is going to be 326, Connor Eliason, Moroni, Utah, on a Polaris.
$113.38 for Riley Sprunger. Man, those 113s. That's gonna. Glad I've got the live feed to cheat off of with figuring out the placing here. But you got to be faster than 113.16 to move into third place. Faster than 113.25 to move into the money. And to take the win, it's going to have to be 108.43. Sam Peterson holding on to the lead. Our good buddy racer number 89, Seth Wilson, pacing Utah on the hill right now. He's going to be followed by Tavern Rupp and Garth Kaufman. $113.87, another 113. Oh my gosh. Consistent runs now. Racer number 192, Tavern Rupp, Tremont, Utah, riding Polaris. Garth Kaufman going to wrap up the class. Then we're going to go to ProMaster Improved with Scott Long. Scott Long, you will start us off in ProMaster Improved. We're moving Scott Long from the 11th spot to number 1.
All right, Connor's up and over with a 113.06. 113.06 for Connor Eliason. Now we're going with number 435, Harper Handsaker, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo. Harper will be followed by Caden Rainey and Colton Knox.
Oh, yeah, Tavern getting across the Frank May Skidoo finish line with 1:16.81, 1:16.81. Garth Kaufman, one more chance to try to knock Sam Peterson out of the top spot. Racer number 48, Garth Kaufman, Alta, Wyoming, riding Articat.
All right, Harper Hunsaker up with a new fast time in this class, 1:01.70. 1:01.70 for Harper Handsaker. Now we're going to run with my man, number 203, Caden Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, on a 600 Polaris.
Garth Kaufman, 1:12.55. That means Sam Peterson takes another one, 700 improved. Sam Peterson in first place. Second place, going to go to Trayson Lutz. Third place, Les Keller. Fourth, Garth Kaufman, and that's going to push Cody Bonney to the number 5 spot. Good job, racers. Going to ProMaster Improved, starting things off with racer number 529, Scott Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho.
All right, Caden Rainey up and over with a 1:03.09. 1:03.09, not quite fast enough to knock off Harper. Now we're going with number 117, Colton Knox, Grand Lake, Colorado, on a Skidoo, followed by Lucas Conger and Colton Ehrman.
Scott Long going to take a 10.1 in the red lane. Up next, we're going to go with racer number 169, Dolan Phelps, Fish Haven, Idaho. Pretty much a hometown boy as well. He's riding Polaris, followed by Kyle Tapio and Tony Zollinger.
All right, Colton Knox, Grand Lake, Colorado, up and over with a 105.95. 105.95 for Colton Knox. Now we're running with 456. Lucas Conger, Grand Lake, Colorado, on a skidoo, followed by Colton. Oh, maybe he's a scratch. All right, we're on a mechanical for Lucas. We are going to run with All right, on the hill right now is number 456, Lucas Conger, Grand Lake, Colorado, on a skidoo.
Off and rolling now with Dolan Phelps.
All right, Lucas Conger got up there, got into a little bit of trouble at 9.4. 9.4 for Lucas Conger. Now we're going to go with number 469C, Colton Ehrman, Salmon Arm, British Columbia, on an Articat. Some sort of arm. I didn't know Salmon had an arm.
I didn't think they did either, but that's...
Yep.
All righty, 117.74. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. If I did, 117.74 for Dolan Phelps. Up next, racer number 318, Kyle Tapio, Battleground, Washington. Riding Articat, he's going to be followed by Tony Zollinger and Trent Handsaker. Cal Tapio having a little trouble there. 7.6. Going to be the high mark for Kyle Tapio, 7.6. Up next, racer number 3, Tony Zollinger, Wellsville, Utah. Riding Articat. He'll be followed by Trent Hansaker and Brett Hillam.
All right, Colton Ehrman up and over with a 1:23.44. 1:23.44 for Colton Ehrman. Now we're going to run with 7:01. Jet Johnson, Camas, Utah on a skidoo, followed by Jason Tisdall and Garrett Tom. Oh, looks like Tony got up there and got into a little trouble. Stuck there.
10.8 for Tony Zollinger. 10.8 will be his high mark as we go with racer number 235. Trent Hansaker, Camas, Utah, riding skidoo. He'll be followed by Brett Hillam and Tim Mackey.
All right, on the hill now. Apparently it's number 271, Jason Tisdall, Aurora, Colorado on a skidoo, followed by number 24, Garrett Tom. All right, Jason's up and over with a 1:13.36, 1:13.36. Now on the hills, number 24, Garrett Tom, Victor, Idaho on a skidoo.
All right. Going to get Tony down safe and sound, and then we will roll with Trent Hansaker. Hansaker sitting on the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line, looking on, getting ready. Locals, come get signed up. Locals, get signed up if you want to take a crack at the hill. Locals, sign up. Off and running. Trent Hansaker, Camas, Utah, riding skidoo.
All right, Garrett Tom up and over with a 1:12.56, 1:12.56 for Garrett Tom. Not fast enough to bump off Harper. So now we're going with number 752, Braden Holden Dickey, Thane, Wyoming on a skidoo, followed by Jaden Marshall, who will finish up the amateurs improved, and we will move into women's modified. 120s, get them over there, get them signed up.
And here comes Trent across the Frank May Skidoo finish line with 113.11. 113. 114. Trent Handsaker up next, racer number 33, Brett Hillam, Plain City, Utah. Riding Polaris will be followed by Tim Mackey and Tom Roby.
Wow, look at this. Braden Dickey up and over with a 112.56, the exact same time as Garrett Tom. Now we're with our last rider, 406, Jaden Marshall, hometown boy, Bloomington, Idaho, on a Polaris. And he will finish up the Amateurs Improved and we'll move into Women's Modified with Taylor Myers, Tiffany McWilliams, and Brooke Long.
Brett Hillam running into a little bit of trouble, but the clock is still going. I think it's going to be a clean run. It's going to be a little bit longer than what he was hoping for. Yep. 147.41 for 740 for Brett Hillam. Up next, racer number 132, Tim Mackey, Hermantown, Minnesota, riding Articat. He's going to be followed by Tom Roby and Todd Tupper.
All right. Don't look like Jaden's going to get it done. He's going to get a high mark up there. It looks like unofficially your winner, second time today, number 435, Harper Handsaker, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo. 101.70 for Harper. Second place going to go to number 203, Caden, my little buddy Rainey from Thane, Wyoming, on a Polaris. 103.09. And third place looks like number 117, Colton Knox, Grand Lake, Colorado, on a Skidoo. 105.95.
All right, Tim Mackey up and over to 121.38, 121.38. On the hill right now, racer number 179, the Bounty Hunter, Tom Roby, Thane, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Todd Tupper and Craig Gates. And we are off and running already in the blue lane. Women's mod, we're sending boosted sleds up the hill. Up first, racer number 27, Taylor Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho, riding Polaris. She'll be followed by Tiffany McWilliams, Brooke Long, and Sammy McAckney. That just rolls off the tongue now, Sammy. I'm getting good at it. All right, Taylor Myers starting things off with 120-14, 120, 1-4 for the hometown girl. Great run, Taylor. And Roby up and over with 121-58, 121, 5-8. In the red lane, racer number 30, ProMaster Improved. Final happening right now. Todd Tupper, Ammon, Idaho, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Craig Gates and Rick Hagland. In the blue lane, women's mod final, Tiffany McWilliams, Dillon, Montana. One tough girl right here riding Articat. Time to beat 120-14 in the women's modified. Tiffany McWilliams up and over with 125-82, 125-82 for Tiffany. Up next in the blue lane, women's modified racer number 519, Brooke Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, riding Skidoo. Todd Tupper up and over with 114-45. I think that's good enough for second right now. Up next, racer number 321 in the red lane, ProMaster Improved, Craig Gates, Rock Springs, Wyoming. Riding Polaris, he'll be followed by Rick Hagland, and Farron Gilbert will wrap up ProMaster Improved. Pro Senior Improved, be ready in the red lane. Pro Senior Improved, be ready in the red lane.
All right, Brandon Tinser here with the man, the Flying Hawaiian Junior, Dylan Hart, Lolo, Montana. Last week we're giving away King trophies from last weekend. Dylan Hart, what did you do?
I won semi-pro stock and semi-pro improved and third in semi-pro mod.
Semi-pro mod. And then after that, so they run the winners of the 3 classes, which you got 2 runs in. Yep. Did you need both runs?
Nope. Ended up only needing 1.
Only needed 1 run to take the win for the semi-pro King of the Hill, first one of 2021, Bear Lake number 1. And we're back here this weekend. And you had a pretty good weekend, but maybe not quite as good as last weekend. But how'd you end up today?
Not quite as good as last weekend, but decent. I got a 3rd in stock and a 2nd in improved. And didn't quite qualify in mod. Had to play chicken with a piece of sagebrush. So.
All right, the story of Bear Lake.
Yep.
We'll see you in Afton next week.
Yep, we'll see you there.
Flying Hawaiian.
All right, and that was an interview with the Flying Hawaiian 2.0. Thank you, Brandon, and congratulations, Dylan, last week's semi-pro king. And a high mark in the blue lane for Brooke Long of 12.3. And in the red lane, a high mark for Craig Gates at 12.7. Off and running, racer number 144, Rick Hagland, Laramie, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. Gate 13, sorry, that'll be the high mark. Gate 13 for Craig Gates. And racer number 144, Rick Hagland, on the hill right now, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Farron Gilbert. That'll wrap up the class. Then we're going to turn around, and we are going to go with Pro Senior Improved, Jeff Rogers, Jim Marshall, Brad Sharp. On the hill right now in the blue, on the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line, Sammy McCackney looks on. I'm getting really good at that now. I think, unless I'm doing it wrong still, but it feels right. Thumbs up. That's what we like to hear. All right. Rick Haglund still working his way up the hill, looking good there. Oh. Another high mark in the red lane, gate 14. High mark of 14 in the red. Farron Gilbert last up in the Pro Masters. Trent Hansaker still in the lead. Todd Tupper, Dolan Phelps, Tim Mackey, and Roby in that number 5 spot. Right on the edge there. My hero on the starting line. Get a good look at this man. He is a role model in most ways. Fearless. Farron Gilbert. Sammy's going to pull the trigger first. Then we'll send Farron Gilbert. Sammy McCackney got both queens lined up right now. If she gets this one, she will be the queen of the hill at Bear Lake number 2. And off like a shot, fearless Farron Gilbert charges the hill. Racer number 115, second oldest racer in all of RMSHA, and it's only by a couple of months. All right. All right, so I need Colton Knox, Connor Eliason, and Dylan Pugmire to come to the trailer. It's for good stuff. Aaron Tapio, Brody Zollinger, and Jarrett Johnson. Once again, Colton Knox, Connor Eliason, Dylan Pugmire, Aaron Tapio, Brody Zollinger, Jarrett Johnson, and Farron is in a spot right there. Sleds upside down. I don't know. Oh, boy. He's all right, though. Sorry, Alita. He is okay. I don't know where you're at. And Sammy McCackney up and over with 1:15.77, 1:15.77. That's going to put her out in front as we get ready to go with racer number 49, Deborah Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, riding Skidoo, new racer this year. Taylor Peck is going to wrap up the women's class right there. Farron trying to get things gathered up there. One more roll, he'll dive on, and we'll get him back down safe and sound. He's married to my girlfriend, so I don't want her to panic.
Up here, you have to be relentless and fearless. You have to know how to climb higher with no regard for barriers and boundaries. And you have to be equipped for every challenge, which is why we built a rear suspension like Alpha One, using a single beam to carve and maneuver like nothing else. These are the new Alpha Ones from Arctic Cat. Alpha One shreds every expectation of traditional twin-rail design with a lightweight single-beam suspension that was expertly engineered and rigorously tested for toughness. This design means fewer parts and less weight, allowing it to cut sharper corners and take on bigger challenges. Alpha One maneuvers effortlessly, carving and floating with ease. And without two rails to trap snow, its single rail stays lightweight all day, every day. Now on every mountain snowmobile, plus the Blast M mid-sized and Riot X crossover. It's the ultimate weapon for side hilling, tackling steep slopes, and more. Next time you have a mountain to climb, you better have an Alpha on your side. The Alpha One single beam rear suspension from Arctic Cat.
Along is going to be the high mark. Going to wrap it up now with teeny tiny Taylor Peck, Rigby, Idaho, riding Polaris. In the red lane on your screen right now, Jeff Rogers. The way things shook out in Pro Masters, unofficially first place going to Trent Handsaker, second place going to Todd Tupper, third Dolan Phelps, fourth Tim Mackey, and fifth Tom Roby. Jeff Rogers on the hill, pro senior. Every racer in this class over the age of 50, 50-year-old snowmobile racers, 50-year young. Some of them right in that starts with a 6. All right, Harper Handsaker, Caden Rainey, Colton Knox. We got your trophies over here. Harper Handsaker, Caden Rainey, and I believe it was Colton Knox. All right, come on down. And Jeff Rogers came in with 127.47 in the red, 127.47 for Jeff Rogers. Jim Marshall off and running, number 47 out of Bloomington, Idaho, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Brad Sharp and Sean Choate. Taylor Peck still on the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line. All right. Jim Marshall working his way up there. Jim Marshall with 1:38.57. 1:38.57 for Jim Marshall. $138.57 for Jim Marshall, off and running right now. Racer number 206, Brad Sharp, Moxie Washington, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Sean Choate and Scott Long. And finally, well, Taylor Peck still waiting to go. I'll tell you what, that's a little girl that can throw a snowmobile around like a boss. And I am excited for this run. I think we need her to beat 1:15.77 in order for us to have a queen run, and that's the most exciting part of the day. So, Taylor, I'm banking on you, girl. Brad Sharp, 121.38, 121.38 for Brad Sharp. That's going to put him out in the lead as we go with racer number 710. Sean Choate, Cora, Wyoming, riding Polaris. It's going to be followed by Scott Long and Bob Tom, Rick Hagland, wrapping up the class. Hello, Trent Handsaker. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good. We turn the microphone on if you're going to talk into it.
Maybe I didn't want to talk.
Oh, all right. That works. All righty. Taylor Peck off and running. Come on, Taylor. Sean Choate running into a little trouble there right before gate 11, it looks like. Visibility. $10.8. 10.8 going to be the high mark for Sean Choate as we go with racer number 529, Scott Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Bob Tom and Rick Haglund. And Taylor Peck up and over with 127.72, 127.72, and I think I'm going to have to go back and check because I wasn't announcing that lane, but I think that makes Sammy McCackney your queen for Bear Lake number 2. Congratulations, Sammy, but dang it, I like announcing the queen runs. Getting ready to go now into semi-pro modified, off and running, racer number 102, proud son of Racer of the Year for 2020, our beloved Rocky Mountain Rob Kincaid, Riley Kincaid, carrying on the family tradition, Victor, Idaho, riding Articat. All right, off and running here with Bob Tom, Victor, Idaho, riding Skidoo, racer number 24F. He's going to be followed by Rick Haglund. Wow, Riley Kincaid, 57-57 starting things off in the semi-pro mod as we get ready to go now with racer number 7278, Bo Richin, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Stetson Banta and Tanner Thomas. Oh, rodeo for Bob Tom. Coming off that bronc. Oh, grab it. Dive for it. That's another one of those shucks things that Bob. Okay. We'll get you Bob's high mark here in just a second. Good sport. He's playing to the camera. I think he likes his TV deal. Gonna have some Hollywood agent come find Bob Tom and offer him a gig on a reality show or something. And Bo Richin comes in with 104.54 for Bo Richin, 104.54. Getting ready to go now with racer number 749, Stetson Banta, Idaho Falls, Idaho. He'll be followed by Tanner Thomas and Daxon Zollinger.
There's something inside us, something that motivates us. A longing to get out, to break free. Some call it adventure. Others call it escape. But we don't ride to escape life. We ride to capture it. Polaris. Think outside.
And Banta just waiting for the green light to go. Oh, he's on the hill. Sorry. Stetson Banta charging the hill right now. Bob Tom getting a little assistance up there. We're going to get him off the hill safe and sound before we send Rick Haglund up the hill. All right, 106.47 for Stetson Banta, 106.47. Up next, racer number 120, Tanner Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, Riding Polaris, we might see a change here. 57-57, time to beat. Riley Kincaid out in front right now. Rick Haglin giving her a pull, getting ready to leave the line. Looks like we got Bob down. All right, Tanner Thomas, full head of steam in the blue lane. No holding back. He wants to put a Polaris in that number 1 spot. Oh, that's not good news. Tanner Thomas going to have to take a high mark of 13-13. Up next, racer number 917, Daxon Zollinger, pouring it on this year. He comes from Millville, Utah. He rides a cat. He's going to be followed by Jackson Rogers and Cameron Conger. All right, coming down the gully, we got Rick Haglin. We're going to get a high mark on him before we send. 10.9 will be said high mark for Rick Haglin, Scott Long on the Rocky Mountain Sports starting line. Daxon Zollinger on the hill, shredding it. Daxon Zollinger with 10056. 10056 for Daxon Zollinger. Scott Long off and running in the Pro Senior Improved. He's going to wrap up that class. Be ready. 900 Improved. We're coming at you next. 900 Improved. On the hill right now in the blue lane, racer number 267. Eye on the prize, Jackson Rogers, Camas, Utah, riding Skidoo. All right. Currently in Pro Senior Improved, Brad Sharp is in the lead. Jeff Rogers sitting on second. Jim Marshall third. Rick Haglin fourth. Sean Choate in that number 5 spot. And Scott Long on the hill, going to try to change that. Wow, Jackson Rogers with 59.06, good enough for second place right now. 59.06 for Jackson. And Scott Long with 129.25. That'll be good enough for third place. 129. Hasn't come in over here yet. On the hill right now, racer number 725, Cameron Conger, Granby, Colorado, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Eric Kerr and Rhett Harward. Off and running already in the 900 improved. Racer number 112, Justin Thomas. All right, on the hill, Eric Kerr. Spring Creek, Nevada, riding Polaris in the blue lane. Justin Thomas coming in with a 1-0. Might have the wrong running order here. I think that's my problem. All right. I've got the right one. I just had the wrong one in front of me. So Justin Thomas came in with 10503 in the red lane. 10503 for Justin Thomas. On the hill right now, racer number 106, Taylor Seamers at Evanston, Wyoming. Riding Polaris, he'll be followed by Kyle Heap and Keith Curtis. Eric Kerr coming in with 108.12, 108.12 for Eric Kerr. Up next, racer number 263, Rhett Harward, Glenwood, Utah, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Tyler Coles and Dylan Boyce. Michael Murphy going to wrap up the class. Amateur Mod, be ready. Amateur Mod, we're about 4 away. Warm them up. $13.3 going to be the high mark for Taylor Seamers of Evanston. And getting ready now to go with racer number 217, Kyle Heap, Evanston, Wyoming as well, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Keith Curtis and Les Keller. 900 improved stock finals happening right here. And in the blue lane, Rhett Harward. Probably getting pretty close. Still going. One 12-11, 1-1-2, 1-1-4, Rhett Harward. As we get ready to go now with racer number 818, Tyler Coles, Blackfoot, Idaho, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Dylan Boyce and Michael Murphy. Murphy wrapping up the class amateurs. Be ready. Kyle Heap on your screen. We love you, Big Dogs Burger Barn. You are incredible people, and I can't wait to see you next weekend. Thanks for coming. Been spoiled absolutely rotten. Sandy and the whole crew over there, thank you so much. All right, last call. Well, probably not last call. One more call for locals. Kyle Heap, 115.76, 115.76 for Kyle Heap. Get ready. Here we go. Racer number 711, Keith Curtis, Dylan Montana riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by Les Keller and Luke Rainey. The battle continues between Rainey and Curtis. This is some of the best racing I have seen for quite a while. 10466 for Tyler Coles. 10466 getting ready to go now with racer number 729, Dylan Boyce, Rigby, Idaho, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Michael Murphy. Amateur mod, be ready, Braden Dickey, Colton Ehrman, and Garrett Tisdall. See the snow coming down up there. Visibility. Oh, no. Right there past gate 11. Keith Curtis running in to a problem there. I think he's going to have to repull it. 11.2 for the high mark. Folks, not the kind of history you want to be witnessing for Keith Curtis, but that don't happen. 11.2 high mark for Keith Curtis. Folks, if you don't think the competition is getting intense, these racers are letting it all go. Les Keller up next, racer number 147. Les Keller, Kalispell, Montana, riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by Luke Rainey and Calvin Ehrman. 103.28 for Dylan Boyce. 103.28, Michael Murphy. Going to wrap up the class. Get ready, amateur mod. Braden Dickey, Colton Ehrman, and Garrett Tom. Oh, yeah. Angry sled right there. Les Keller. Let her rip tater chip. Oh, Michael Murphy going to take a high mark of 9 in the blue lane. So unofficially looks like the one and only Riley Kincaid going to take it. Second place is going to go to Jackson Rogers. Third place is Cameron Conger. And number 4, Daxon Zollinger. Number 5, Dylan Boyce. Good racing semi-pro mods. All right, so Jet Johnson's a scratch on your program in amateur mods. So we're going to go with racer number 752, Braden Dickey, Thane, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Colton Ehrman and Garrett Tom. Les Keller still on the hill in the blue lane, 900 improved. And boom, chakalaka, 109.53, 109.53. Good enough for second place right now, I believe. Yes, second place unofficially for Les Keller. But look out, here we go. Racer number 303, Luke Rainey. Thane, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He still has to hold off Aaron Buchelman and Spanky, though. A lot of great names in there. Cole Thomas. It is a race, is all I'm going to say. Luke Rainey knows it. Just because Keith took a high mark, he has still got to set that bar super high because he's got some crazy great racers coming after him. All right, Braden Dickey on the hill, amateur modified in the blue lane. Luke Rainey moving and a grooving. Conditions changing real fast, just like Brandon and I talked about this morning. It is getting different up there. You can see the weather changing. The course is changing, and the racers are going to have to adapt. Luke Rainey with 104.08 moving into the lead. 104.08. As we go with racer number 524C, Calvin Ehrman, Salmon Arm, British Columbia, riding Arctic, followed by Cole Thomas and Clint Covert. Juniors, we will do your fun run. Juniors, we will do your fun run. And also, while I'm thinking about it, racers, don't just hook up and run off, please. We need everybody's help for just a few minutes after the race to help us tear this down. This is a RMSHA race. Braden Dickey, 112.15, 112.15 for Braden Dickey. Up next, racer number 469C, Colton Ehrman, Salmon Arm, British Columbia. He's going to be followed by Garrett Tom and Jackson Tisdall. All right, Calvin Ehrman looking good up there. This is going to be a good race. And that is a complex hill that they are running. That course is insane. 111.78 for Calvin Ehrman. 111.78. Off and running. Racer number 401, Cole Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Clint Covert and Mad Max. 104.50 for Colton Ehrman in amateur modified. 104.50. That'll put him in the lead right now. As we go with racer number 24, Garrett Tom, Victor Idaho, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Jason Tisdall and Dylan Pugmire. Cole Thomas off in the soft stuff there, picking a little bit different liner. It got picked for him. I'm not sure exactly how that went down. But it seems to be working for him. Hanging that leg, digging. No, not stuck. Oh, man. Trying to kind of ride that ridge, I'm speculating, and it was soft and just pulled his sled in. He's still running, I think. Hasn't had to restart, but that looks like. Trying to get her to bust loose. Cole Thomas, clock's still ticking. I can't tell if the engine is running. .8 will be the high mark for Cole Thomas. Folks, this is racing here. You've got to take chances when you go up against Luke Rainey and all these other incredible racers. Cole Thomas picked that little bit different line. It was soft. It pulled him in. Garrett Tom coming in with 109.55, 109.55 for Garrett Tom. Up next, racer number 271 in the blue lane, amateur modified, Jason Tisdall, Aurora, Colorado, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Dylan Pugmire and Harper Handsaker. All right, racer number 54, Clint Covert, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding the Cat. He'll be followed by Mad Max and Aaron Buchelman. Spanky going to finish it up. 1,000 improved. Be ready. Nate Suter, Cameron Lindsay, Justin Thomas. We're about 4 away from you. Luke Rainey holding on to the lead. Justin Thomas in second place right now in 900 improved. Les Keller sitting on that third spot. All right, Jason Tisdall, 110.86, 110.86 for Jason. Up next, we're going to go with racer number 590, Dylan Pugmire, hometown boy, Montpelier, Idaho, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Harper Handsaker and Chance Jones. Oh, Clint Covert with a high mark of 11.5, 11.5 for Clint Covert. We will get him gathered up. I'm going to go with racer number 336, Mad Max McGinnis, Big Piney, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Aaron Buchelman, and Spanky will wrap up your 900 improved class. All right, looks like we're getting Clint dug out up there, still rolling in the blue lane. Harper Handsaker having a good weekend here at Bear Lake, number 2. And Harper Handsaker getting her done with 106.92, 106.92. That's good enough for second place as things stand right now as we go with racer number 347, Chance Jones, Smoot, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Caden Rainey and Connor Eliason. Still working on getting Clint dug out up there. Mad Max coming up to the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line. Mad Max McGinnis, Big Piney, riding Skidoo. He's got the okey doke and he's off and running. Oh, Chance Jones going to take a high mark of 9.7, 9.7 for Chance Jones. In the blue lane, Mad Max charging the hill over in the red. 900 improved. Luke Rainey out in front right now. Got to be faster, 104.08 to take the top spot and get a shot at a King run. And in the blue lane on the hill right now, racer number 203, Caden Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Connor Eliason and Colton Knox. Jaden Marshall going to wrap that up. And then, oh my goodness. Oh, we'll do our juniors. That's what we'll do. We'll do our fun run for the juniors in the blue lane. And then we'll do our King runs And then I believe the locals class will be starting directly after that. And there goes Max, 116.61, 116.61. Good riding, Mad Max, Happy Max, hopefully. McGinnis. Up next, racer number 13X, Aaron Buchelman, Caldwell, Idaho, riding Polaris. Luke Rainey's going to be watching him close. 104.08, getting a little waspy right off the starting line. Watch this trench. All out, sticking it. Coming into the rhythm or off rhythm section, I think is what that's called. Aaron Buchelman, it is a wild ride going on over there in the blue or the red lane. And Caden Rainey coming in with 107.05, 107.05, good enough for third right now as we go with racer number 326, Connor Elias in Moroni, Utah. Riding Polaris, he'll be followed by Colton Knox and Jaden Marshall. Jaden Marshall wrapping up the class, and we'll do our juniors, and I don't have a running order for them, so just be ready, juniors. You probably go ahead and start moving towards the cool pit. We'll call you in one at a time as we go. Oh, and there it is right there. That will happen sometimes with Aaron Buchelman. I was talking about it yesterday. Every once in a while, he pins it, and his sled goes one way, and he goes the other because the man is all out wild racer 13. I heard 13. 7. Thank you, Matt. 13.7 high mark for Aaron Buchelman. That was a scatter. Yard sale, Buchelman style. Great racer, though. He just doesn't hold back, and it all comes down to this. Racer number 230, Blaine Matthews, dang near untouchable yesterday. 900 improved stock. He's got to go faster than 104.08 to take the big W. Pinedale, Wyoming, get ready for Spanky. Here we go. Blaine Matthews, it all comes down to this. Luke Rainey in the lead with 104.08. Spanky wants to park that snowmobile up there at the Frank May Skidoo finish line. The fastest. Tyson Thomas, when you get an opportunity, we'd like to talk to you here. Well, Alexi would. I mean, I like talking to you, but Alexi needs to talk to you. Cheyenne does. There we go. All right. Spanky got a good run going. In the blue lane, Connor Eliason came in with 105.28. That's going to put him in the mix. Yep. Colton Knox on the hill right now. Jaden Marshall going to wrap it up. 3 generations of Marshalls on the hill yesterday. Blaine Matthews with 104.97. Good enough for second. Man, he put the squeeze on. 104.97 for Spanky. So Luke Rainey going to be in first. Blaine Matthews in second. Justin Thomas third. Les Keller fourth. And Calvin Ehrman in the number 5 spot, getting ready to go now with Pro 1000 improved stock racing. It's Cousin Nate, racer number 95, Nate Suter, Thane, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Cameron Lindsay and Justin Thomas. And Colter Knox had a 105.73, 105.73. They're starting to stack them deep in that 105 section there as we go now with racer number 407, Jaden Marshall, Bloomington, Idaho, riding Polaris. All right, junior fun run. Start making your way to the hot pit. Junior fun run. Come on in. I don't have your running order in front of me, so I'll spot you. All right, cousin Nate Suter. On the hill, Jaden Marshall in the blue lane, cousin Nate in the red. All right, here we go. Nate Suter, 119.59, 119, 5.9 for Nate Suter, starting things off. And 117.04 for Jaden Marshall. Looks like your top three in amateur mod is going to be Colton Ehrman in first place. Second place, going to go to Connor Eliason. And third place, Colton Knox. Well done, amateur modified. And just when we get there, we're going to do the fun run really quick. All right, Tucker Shippey headed up the hill. Deeth, Nevada for the junior fun run in the blue lane. Tucker Shippey. All right, on the hill in the red lane, racer number 185, Cameron Lindsay, Wellsville, Utah, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Justin Thomas and Brock Sharp. All right, Cameron getting with it. Boom. 118.81 or 111.81. There we go. That dyslexia kicking into my mouth there. 111.81 for Cameron Lindsay as we go with racer number 112, Justin Thomas, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Brock Sharp and Luke Rainey. Looks like Shippey is going to get a high mark of gate 12. And, oh, no, Justin Thomas coming off his sled at 7.7. Things just came apart up there. He's pondering what to do. Man, oh, man, Justin. That's how you got to race it, though. Up next, going to be Tragan Phelps in the blue lane as soon as we get things dialed in here. Justin Thomas got a little help. Going to get him down off the hill. He's not going to be a happy camper. I'm glad I don't have to ride home in the truck with him. Oh, man, you don't see that very often. Racer number 706, Brock Sharp, Moxie Washington riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Luke Rainey and Kyle Tapio. Brock Sharp holding it together, time to beat, 111.81. Cameron Lindsay on top right now. Brock Sharp making the switch to Skidoo this year. I think we were talking history-wise. He is probably the fastest, youngest person to ever move into the pro division. Started doing it when he's like 17? Or was it even younger than that? I can't remember. Just talking to myself now. Brock Sharp. 16 years old, moving into the pros. Did he? I don't even know if he spent a whole season in the semis. 111.15, 111.15 for Brock Sharp. Brock Sharp now moves into the lead as we go with racer number 303. Once again, Luke Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by Kyle Tapio and Mentalberry. Yeah, oh my goodness. 102.39, 102.39 for Luke Rainey. Incredible. Go now, racer number 318, Kyle Tapio, Battleground, Washington, riding Articat. He's going to be followed by Mentalberry and Keith Jackson. Dragan Phelps getting pretty comfortable over there on the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line. He's waiting for his turn to go on the fun run. It's called the fun run, but I guarantee you Dragan takes it pretty darn serious. Woo! Little rodeo action over there for Kyle Tapio. Oh, that hill is throwing some dirty tricks at these racers. It is coming apart up there. Kyle Tapio held it together and is charging the finish line. 102.39 time to beat. (109.37) for Kyle Tapio. 109.37 for Kyle. Up next, racer number 411, the train robber, Jay Mentalberry, Alpine, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Keith Jackson and Logan Halford. Got the blue lane cleared up. Going to send Mr. 168, Dragan Phelps, Fish Haven, Idaho racer on a Polaris for the fun run. And Semi-Pro Kings. We've got Tanner Thomas, and Riley Kincaid. Semi-Pro Kings, Tanner, and Riley. You're going to be up right after the fun run. Once again, Tanner, and Riley. Jay Mentalberry with 104.73. Good enough for second place right now. 104.73 for Jay Mentalberry. Up next, racer number 1, Keith Jackson, Thane, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by Logan Halford and Les Keller. All right. Sounds like Tucker might need a little help if TJ or some of the crew is over there. All right. Looks like we're sending assistance now. And 121.24 for Dragan Phelps. 121.24 for Dragan. Brody Zollinger on the hill right now for his fun run. Keith Jackson in the red lane, getting ready to do some semi-pro king action in the blue lane. No queen runs. We'll start organizing the locals. Uh-oh. All right, Keith Jackson up and over, but he's going to get a high mark of gate 12 is what I'm hearing on the radio. Gate 12 for Keith Jackson. Up next, race number 625, Logan Halford, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Articat. It'll be followed by Les Keller and Aaron Buchelman. Greg Dana going to wrap up the 1,000 improved, and we'll go into 6 mod. Sorry. 128.63 for Mr. Zollinger. 128.63 for Brody Zollinger. I believe we got Aaron Tapio headed up the hill. Racer number 314, Aaron Tapio, Battleground, Washington. All right, good time for Logan Halford. It's going to be 117.38, 117.38 for Logan Halford. Up next, racer number 147, Les Keller, Kalispell, Montana, riding Polaris. Aaron Buchelman after that. Greg Dana wrapping it up. 6 mod, we're 3 away. 600 modified, we are 3 away. $115.41 for Aaron Tapio. And Jarrett Johnson, I believe, is our next racer. All right, he's got the all clear juniors fun run right here. Racer number, I can't remember. This is really testing my memory. 71, Jarrett Johnson. Doing this without a day sheet. I'm pretty proud of myself. I should do this more often. And Les Keller having a slowdown up there. Getting up there. Time to beat. Luke Rainey really setting that bar high with 102.39. And Menaberry following it up with a 104.73. 113.87 for Les Keller. 113.87 for Les Keller. As we go with racer number 13X, Aaron Buchelman. It's going to be a good one. Caldwell, Idaho, riding Polaris. Greg Dana, after that, wrapping up the class. 600 mod, be ready. Garth Kaufman, Andy Thomas, Mason Rutledge. Aaron Buchanan with 109.62, 109.62. Good enough for. Yeah, I think that's going to slide him into that third place spot right there. 14 high mark, it sounds like, for Jarrett Johnson. And it sounds to me like last call for locals. Last call for locals. We're going to be running you here pretty quick. So one last call for locals. We'll get running you pretty quick. Be ready when called upon, please. All right, getting ready to go with our semi-pro king runs. As soon as we get the blue lane clear, we're going to send Tanner Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He's your semi-pro improved king and your semi-pro stock king. And Riley Kincaid, your semi-pro mod king. That's how things are going to shake out right there. Greg Dana wrapping up. 1,000 improved. $112.92, 112.92 for Greg Dana. 112.92 for Greg. Unofficially, we're going to let things all shake out here. So unofficially, it's going to be first place, Luke Rainey. Second place, Jay Menaberry. Third, Kyle Tapio. Fourth, Aaron Buchanan. And fifth, Brock Sharp. Unofficially, 1,000 improved in the can as we go now to the pro lane. Racers, number 48, Supercharged, Garth Kaufman, riding Arctic Cat. He's going to be followed by Andy Thomas and Mason Rutledge. 600 mod final is what we've got going on right here. He is focused. Speedworks Supercharger. It just sounds different. It snaps different. It's cool. Here we go. Garth Kaufman, racer number 48, original sled neck before your eyes right here. All right, here we go. Garth Kaufman going to start off our 600 mod. Cool sounding sled right there. I just realized you guys might not be able to hear that at home. All right, starting off. Yeah, no, we borrowed. All right, here we go. Tanner Thomas, King Run, semi-pro, improved stock, winner. Comes from Afton, Wyoming. He is off and rolling. We're going to find out who is the king of Bear Lake number 2. Crown our first king. Garth Kaufman sets the bar at 110, 87, 110. 8-7 for Garth Kaufman as we go with racer number 104. Andy Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Mason Rutledge and Trayson Lutz. All right, local stock racers, we're going to be going with you directly. Zach Johnson, Brian Thornock, Tiffany Wharton, Destiny Levin, and Zach Solom to the starting line. And then mods, you're going to be going right after that. And it's Brian Thornock, Eric Johns, Clint Beeler. Destiny Levin and Zach Johnson, you'll be in the mods, so you guys probably aren't familiar with how our starting line works, but only 4 of you in there at a time. So mods, go to the cool pit, and stocks, we'll call you in as we're ready for you. 108-19 for Andy Thomas. Oh, that's loud. 108-19 for Andy. On the hill right now, racer number 522, Mason Rutledge out of Rigby, Idaho, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Trayson Lutz and Kobe Crapo. Tyson Thomas on the hill in the blue lane. Semi-pro king run happening right now. Mason is trying to blaze a new trail. That corner, there is nothing. If you think you're going to throw your sled into it and have it stop you, there is nothing there, and that has caused a lot of racers problems. As you're watching it on your screen right there, Mason Rutledge charging the hill. Once again, locals. This is a timed event. Locals to the pit. Locals to the pit. Zach Johnson, Brian Thornock, Tiffany Wharton, Destiny Levin, Zach Solom to the starting line now, almost. To the pit. Locals to the pit.
Sammy McCackney. Sammy McCackney, would you come over to the announcer stand, please?
Time for your close-up. 59-16, starting us off on the King runs. 59-16 for, oh, sorry, that was, yeah, no, I had it right. I know what I'm doing. Mason Rutledge came in with a 114.02, 114.02. Getting ready to go right now, racer number 126, Trayson Lutz, Garden City, Utah, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Kobe Crapo and Logan Halford. That's 600 modified that we are finaling over there in the red lane. Trayson Lutz off and running. Uh-oh. Trayson Lutz turning out. That is probably going to be a high mark. 7.7. 7.7 high mark for Trayson Lutz. As we get ready to go with racer number 99, Kobe Crapo, St. Anthony, Idaho, riding Polaris, will be followed by Logan Halford and Riley Sprunger. And we'll get Hey, Matt, what was Riley's time? All right. Sorry about the suspense. Had a lot of things going on. Let me get you Kobe Crapo set up here. 113.83, 113.83, 113.83. For Kobe Crapo, Logan Halford off and running in the red lane. So, the times for Riley Kincaid was 59.16. Riley Kincaid was 59.16. Tanner Thomas was 58. I can't even read what I wrote down there, but it was 58. He is your semi-pro king. Congratulations, Tanner Thomas. Bear Lake 2 for Tanner Thomas. And Logan Halford in the red lane. Pro in the mod. All right. All right. Up first in the locals class, going to be Zach Johnson riding Polaris. He is your number one bib number. I don't know if he's actually got a bib on, but your first racer. We gave him that number. Zach Johnson up first. Then it's going to be Brian Thornock, Tiffany Wharton, Destiny Levin, and Zach Solom. Logan Halford with 114.01. One more time for Jeff. 114.01 for Logan Halford. Up next, racer number 515, Riley Sprunger, Butte, Montana, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Russ Tapio and Aaron Stirk. We know that guy. All right, Riley Sprunger with 111.64, 111.64 for Riley Sprunger. Up next, racer number 322, Russ Tapio, Battleground, Washington, riding Articat. He's going to be followed by Aaron Stirk and Calvin Ehrman.
All right, it's Brandon Tittenser. I'm here with Sammy McCackney Rogers. Used to be Rogers. I've been screwing it up all weekend. I missed last weekend, so I didn't get any practice. But we are here with her from Bear Lake number 1. She was Queen of the Hill. Tell us how your weekend went, Sammy.
It was good. I ended with 3 firsts and a fourth.
3 firsts and a fourth. That's a pretty good weekend. So you did so good then. You ran your queen run. You had to run against one other woman. How many runs did you have to make that queen happen?
I just used one run.
One run. That's all it takes. Sammy for first place. Tell us about this weekend.
This weekend went pretty good. I ended with all first and queen again. So
you didn't have to run a queen run? You just get the trophy?
Yep, I guess.
You're like the Keith Curtis of all girls. All right, congratulations to her, and we'll see you in Afton.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
109.42, 109.42 for Russ Tapia, 109.42 for Russ. Up next, racer number 285, Aaron Stirk, Pinedale, Wyoming, cash or crash. Let's see if we can pull some cash, Aaron. He'll be followed by Calvin Ehrman and Toby Shepard, Tavern Rupp, wrapping up 6 mod, 7 mod, about 4 away. Away for
We could do some drawings for
start throwing them in the Highmark. That's what we got to do with the rest of them is just start putting them into those.
Tanner Thomas, could you come to the announcer stand? Tanner Thomas, please.
And Aaron Sturck with 113.59. 113.59. All right, here we go. Racer number 524CE. Calvin Ehrman, Salmon Arm, British Columbia, riding Articat to be followed by Toby Shepard and Tavern Rupp. Once again, Tanner Thomas, come find Brandon. Tanner Thomas, come find Brandon. It's time for your close-up. Oh, dear. Calvin came a long way to have that happen. There's that sketchy corner right there. There's just nothing really to kind of slam into and pull you around. Just wants to slide out from underneath you. Let's see. Calvin just had a big scatter up there, so I don't think. So Calvin Ehrman came in with 120.12, 120.12 for Calvin Ehrman. On the hill right now, racer number 22, Toby Shepard, Victor Idaho riding Skidoo. Will be followed by Tavern Rupp. Tavern Rupp will wrap up our 6 mod class, and we'll go to 700 mod with Cody Bonney, Kobe Crapo, Russ Tapio. You can warm them up. We'll be inviting you into the hot pit directly. Up first in our locals, looks like we got Zach Solom on the starting line. Zach Solom. Oh, boy. Toby Shepard running into a little trouble right there.
Hey, what's up? I'm back, and I'm with the fastest semi-pro of the day, Tanner Thomas, showing us how it was done. Tanner, how'd your day go today?
It went pretty good. I had really good runs in stock and improved, and then I ended up crashing at like 8:13, trying to catch up to Riley Kincaid. So Other than that, it went pretty good. Ended up getting the king for semi-pro.
There you go. You just heard it. Took 2 firsts today, and then I don't know where you placed in that other one, but we don't care because he went and run his king run and took it. Tanner Thomas. So last weekend, let's jump back to Bear Lake number 1. Tanner, tell us how that weekend went.
That weekend went pretty good. I ended up getting in 3 out of 3, and I got 2 seconds behind Dylan Hart, and I ended up getting a first in mod, and wasn't able to make that king, but I brought it back this weekend.
There you go. You heard it. 6 runs so far, 6 final runs for Tanner Thomas, and he's put 3 firsts on the board. I think he's one to be reckoned with. Pro next year?
Yeah, plan is to go pro next year, so see how that goes.
There you go. Tanner Thomas, semi-pro king.
9 for Toby Shepard. Up next, racer number 192, Tavern Rupp, Tree Mountain, Utah, riding Polaris. Up next in the blue lane in our locals race, it is Brian Thornock riding Skidoo. All right. Gate 12, high mark of 12 for Zach Solom. And we go now with Brian Thornock. He'll be followed by Tiffany Wharton and Destiny Levin. All right, here we go. Tavern Rupp on the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line, getting ready to go. He's going to wrap up 6 mod. Andy Thomas in the lead right now with 108.19. High mark of 7.3 for Brian Thornock. 7.3 going to be the high mark for Brian. Up next, we're going to go with Tiffany Wharton riding Polaris. All right, so we're going to go with Destiny 11 now. Tiffany waiting on a sled. Oh. Tavern Rupp still climbing. Boy, that got complicated over there real fast. And all that extra horsepower, to be honest with you, I don't know if is a big help with the boosted sleds in the modified classes. More of a driver's hill, I believe. $117.88 for Tavern Rupp. 117.88. Unofficially, this is how things are going to go. First place going to go to Andy Thomas. Second place going to Russ Tapio. Third, Garth Kaufman. Fourth, Riley Sprunger. In fifth place, Little Cash for the crash, Aaron Sturck. Up next, racer number 854, Cody Bonnie, Helena, Montana. Riding Polaris going to start us off in 700 modified. He'll be followed by Kobe Crapo and Russ Tapio. All right. Destiny 11 riding Skidoo on the hill right now. Locals class in the blue lane as Cody Bonnie makes his presence known with a boosted Polaris. Max McGinnis, get your butt over to my trailer. You're not even in trouble. I just wanted to say it like that. Come on over, Max, when you get a sec. $116.67, 116.67 for Cody Bonney. Kobe Crapo on the hill racer, number 99 out of St. Anthony, Idaho, about to cross that Frank May Skidoo finish line right there. 112.71, 112.71 for Kobe Crapo. Up next, racer number 322, Russ Tapio, Battleground, Washington, riding Arctic Cat, followed by Calvin Ehrman and Riley Sprunger.
All right, I'm back. When we get the heel all cleared, we'll be going with Tiffany Wharton on a Polaris. Looks like she's riding one of Keith Jackson's sleds.
You think that'd be a good idea? I bet you I would scatter parts from. Well, and the problem is it'd take off right out from underneath me. I'd like to try one though. I really would, just to feel the snap. Oh, Russ Tapio coming to an abrupt halt right there. Right below gate number 12, still running. He's going to shake her loose and get going again.
All right, blue's clear. Here we go. Tiffany Wharton on a Polaris.
I think so. Yeah, this guy up here.
And I believe she's going to be followed by Zach Johnson.
Russ Tapio coming in with 128.53, 128.53. Off and running racer number 524C, Calvin Ehrman, Salmon Arm, British Columbia, riding Arctic Cat. He'll be followed by Riley Sprunger and Jay Menaberry. Oh, Calvin running into a little bit of trouble right there. That hill, I don't know, Brandon, I'm glad you're here now because I need you to help diagnose what's going on. It feels like the hill is just going away. They are, the back end sliding out from underneath them on the corners. It's not holding up. Is that accurate?
You know, it's funny. Everybody thinks they need a mod sled to go up this hill, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of horsepower. They're pushing them berms out and pushing everything away, and they come slipping around those corners, and pretty soon there's nothing to hold them, and they just slip out.
I'll tell you what, it has just been rough with these boosted sleds. All right, 10.7. High mark for Calvin Ehrman as we go with racer number 515, Riley Sprunger, Butte, Montana, riding Polaris, followed by Jay Menneberry and Toby Shepard.
All right, look at this. First one up and over in the locals class. Tiffany Wharton on a Polaris. Number 134.87. 134.87 takes the lead in the local stock class. Only girl. Excuse me. 2 girls in there. All right, Zach Johnson's on the hill on a Polaris. He's the last rider in the local stock class. See what he can do. All right, that'll finish up our local stock class. Zach Johnson going up there and getting a mark at 13.3. 13.3. So unofficially, the win goes to Tiffany Wharton on a Polaris with a time of 134.87.
Go, girls. Right on.
Looks like second place will probably go to, let's see, Zach Johnson, 13.3, and then Zach Solom with a 12. When you three get done running mod, would you please come back to the announcer's trailer?
Sorry, Riley Sprunger, 114.06, 114.06. Good enough for second place right now. Kobe Crapo in the lead in 7 mod. Racer number 411, Jay Menneberry, Alpine, Wyoming, on the hill right now. He's going to be followed by Toby Shepard and Logan Halford.
All right, first one out in the locals mod is Zach Solom on a Polaris, followed by Brian Thornick and Eric Johns.
That was a cool move that Mentalberry did there. Kind of Supermaned it for a second, got it back together, headed back up the hill. Until that happened.
That looked like it hurt.
Can't tell if he's still running. Oh.
He's not going to like that one. It looked like he caught something with his bulkhead and put him to a stop there and put him up on the bars, and that's it.
That gate 9 is a tough spot. I think that's what they called it, was 9.1. We'll write that down for now, but 9.1 high mark for James Menneberry. This hill has taken out some of our best riders. Racer number 22, Toby Shepard, going to take another stab at it out of Jackson, Montana. I don't know why it's saying he's from Victor, Idaho. Riding Skidoo, he'll be followed by Logan Halford and Garth Kaufman. All right, Jay Menaberry coming down.
All right, we're off and running in the blue lane with Zach Solom on a Polaris.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I bet. Yeah, if he wants to put me together a playlist and could throw it on a hard drive or, or a little USB drive,
Looks like we're running into a little trouble up there in the blue lane.
All right, Toby Shepard off and running in the red. Gonna see, he kind of piled it up a little bit last time. Gonna negotiate that first turn, big turn. Little wide, little sweeping. This is where it starts to fall apart for a lot of racers. He handled it well. Yeah, buddy. That's where it was getting the rest of them. So it looks like he's through the really, really tough parts. And there it is right there. That's where Jay had a little trouble as well. Pulled it back together. Now we got this turn. I tell you what, just being able to watch a race for real is awesome. Thank you, Aaron and the crew.
All right, you might remember this name. He used to be a RMSHA racer. Now he's here with the locals. Brian Thornick on a Skidoo. Going to be running in the blue lane.
Toby Shepard with 118.53, 118.53. For Toby Shepard, as we go with race number 625, Logan Halford, Idaho Falls, Idaho riding Arctic Cat, followed by Garth Kaufman and Mason Rutledge. Once again, I know we got some racers that are starting to pack up. Please make sure and police your area. Look around. Make sure there's no trash. Make sure there's nothing buried around your area. Goes a long way if we want to come back. And also make sure and stick around and help us tear down. If everybody sticks around, we can have her done in a jiffy. 113.42, 113.42 for Logan Halford. 113.42 for Logan. Up next, racer number 48, Supercharged Garth Kaufman, out to Wyoming, riding Arctic Cat. He'll be followed by Mason Rutledge and Danny Johnson. Aaron Buchelman going to wrap up 7 mod. ProMaster mod, be ready.
There we go. Looks like Brian Thornick's up and over with a 12615. 12615. Next on the hill is going to be Eric Johns on a Polaris. Looks like Eric's running into a little trouble up there. He's got the sled upside down above him. He's going to get a mark.
Ooh, 111.02, 111.02 for Garth Kaufman. That's going to put him out in front. That's right. Up next, race number 522, Mason Rutledge, Rigby, Idaho, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Danny Johnson. Aaron Buchelman going to wrap it up.
MD, who do we got on the line there? Is that Clint Beeler? Yep, that's who's there, Matt. Clint Beeler will be your next on the hill. Clint Beeler.
Beeler. We know Beeler. Surprised that doesn't have a diesel in it. All right, Mason Rutledge with 112.53, 112.53 for Mason. Up next, racer number 107, Danny Johnson, Camas, Utah, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Aaron Buchelman. Aaron Buchelman wraps up the class. ProMaster Mod, Farron Gilbert, Brooke Beckstrom, and the Shermanator. And we're going to do a little work on the starting line right before ProMaster, so don't relax too much, but don't charge the line either. Go get yourself a burger.
All right, here we go with Clint Beeler with a Skidoo.
Ooh, Danny Johnson goes swinging her a little wide, as you put it, out in the moose food. Going to be a high mark of 8 for Danny Johnson. 8 will be the high mark. For Danny Johnson, racer number 13X, Aaron Buchelman, Caldwell, Idaho, finishing up 700 modified. Then we're going to do a little starting line construction, and then we'll be off and running in ProMaster Mod.
Beeler's up there going a little wild and crazy, but he got her back in line. He's going to put that turbo to work.
Go, Clint.
There it is, new leader, 119.35, 119.35 for Beeler. Now we're going to go with Destiny 11 on a Skidoo.
Aaron Buchelman with 115.39, 115.39 for Aaron Buchelman. Unofficially, it's going to be Garth Kaufman in first place. Second place going to Mason Rutledge. Third, Kobe Crapo. Fourth, Logan Halford. Fifth, Riley Sprunger. Wow, what a wild class of mods the 7 hundos were. And we're getting ready to go to ProMaster Mod, but we're going to do a little starting line construction project there, and we'll be right back. Cool if I go drain the...
Yeah, I think you'll be back before they even think to get ready.
I'm going to stretch my legs for about 30 seconds, too. There is 6 and 7 if anybody's looking for it. Might dig into one of them burgers if they're not completely soggy now.
Is that what those are? I might eat one too when I get done. All right, Destiny's still working her way up there.
Up here, you have to be relentless and fearless. You have to know how to climb higher with no regard for barriers and boundaries. And you have to be equipped for every challenge, which is why we built a rear suspension like Alpha One, using a single beam to carve and maneuver like nothing else. These are the new Alpha Ones from Arctic Cat. Alpha One shreds every expectation of traditional twin-rail design with a lightweight single-beam suspension that was expertly engineered and rigorously tested for toughness. This design means fewer parts and less weight, allowing it to cut sharper corners and take on bigger challenges. Alpha One maneuvers effortlessly, carving and floating with ease. And without two rails to trap snow, its single rail stays lightweight all day, every day. Now on every mountain snowmobile, plus the Blast M mid-sized and Riot X crossover. It's the ultimate weapon for side hilling, tackling steep slopes, and more. Next time you have a mountain to climb, you better have an Alpha on your side. The Alpha One single beam rear suspension from Arctic Cat.
There's something inside us, something that motivates us. A longing to get out, to break free. Some call it adventure. Others call it escape. But we don't ride to escape life. We ride to capture it. Polaris. Think outside.
All right, blue lane's clear. We're going to go with our last racer, Zach Johnson, on a Polaris. Bobby, watch your back. Brian Thornick on a Skidoo, 126.15. That is unofficial, but you three come to the announcer stand. That is it on our blue lane, I believe. If anybody has time and wants to help out or can help out, let's get it cleaned up.
We're off and running with racer number 115, Fearless, Farron Gilbert, Cascade, Idaho, riding Skidoo, going to be followed by Brooke Beckstrom and Sherman Nelson. ProMaster Mod final on the hill right now in the red lane on your television screen. $129.76 for Farron Gilbert. 129.76. For Farron up next, racer number 9, Brooke Beckstrom, Salem, Utah, riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by Sherman Nelson and Tim Mackey.
$40. He's gone.
And Brooke Beckstrom comes in with 130.35. 130.35 for Brooke Beckstrom. Ready to go now with racer number 40, the Shermanator. Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding I almost said a bad word. He rides Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Tim Mackey and Dolan Phelps.
Hey, Seth Wilson, if you're nearby, did you steal the pen?
I remember those old paper mates when they first came out. Like, it was the biggest deal. Oh, Sherm. Running into a little bit of trouble up there. All right, so Sherm going to take a high mark. We'll get that for you here in just a sec. Off and running right now, racer number 132, Tim Mackey, Hermantown, Minnesota, riding Arctic Cat. Harper Handsaker. We would like to put you on TV. Harper Handsaker, please find Brandon Tittenser. He's right here close. So we got Tim Mackey coming all the way from Minnesota on the hill right now. He's going to be followed by Dolan Phelps and Todd Tupper. Tim Mackey comes in with 132.41, 3.240. For Tim Mackey, up next, racer number 169, Dolan Phelps, Fish Haven, Idaho, riding Polaris. Is going to be followed by Todd Tupper and Brad Sharp. On the hill right now, racer number 169, Dolan Phelps, Fish Haven, Idaho. Awful close to home. He's going to be followed by Todd Tupper and Brad Sharp. And check this out. My hero is holding on to the lead right now. Was. Till Dolan did that. 120.71, 120.71. That's going to move Farron Gilbert into second place right now as we go with racer number 30, Todd Tupper, Ammon, Idaho, riding Articat, followed by Brad Sharp and Scott Long. Todd Tupper looking good. $119.92, new leader right there, 119.92. For Todd Tupper, as we go with racer number 206, Brad Sharp, Moxie Washington riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Scott Long and Tom Roby. One 22-13, 122-1-3. For Brad Sharp, up next, racer number 529, Scott Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Tom Roby and Trent Handsaker. Pro Master Mod Finals happening in the red lane. Pro Senior coming up after this. Then we're going to go to 9 Mod. Oh, shoot. Those corners are so tough. Scott Long turning out there, but he's not done until he decides he's done. If he can hook that and get it pointed back up, he's good to go. At least from the angle I'm looking, I don't see where he came down past the gate, so There it is. There it is. That's the stick-to-itiveness we need in this world today. Don't give up. Just keep on rolling. Scott Long, good job. Trying to balance the perfect amount of momentum to keep going. But it is rough and rowdy up there right by that gate number 14 as he comes up over the top. There it is. Open her up and over we go. The Frank May Skidoo finish line with 2:01.82. 2:01.82. Scott Long off and running the Bounty Hunter. That's who he is. Tom Roby, Thane, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Trent Hansaker and Kyle Tapio. Roby with 119.95, 119.95 for Tom Roby. Going now with race number 235, Trent Hansaker, Camas, Utah. Riding Skidoo, followed by Kyle Tapio and Tony Zollinger. Caden Rainey, Harper Hansaker, and Aaron Tapio. We'd like to have you guys come over and pick up your trophies, please. All right. Hopefully we got Harper doing a television appearance or something. Trent Hansaker with 118.96. 118.96 for Trent Hansaker. Up next, race number 318, Kyle Tapio, Battleground, Washington, riding Articat. He's going to be followed by Tony Zollinger, wrapping up Pro Master Mod. What's that? Except MD doesn't have a running order for it. All right. So we got Pro Senior Mod coming up next. Pro Senior Mod coming up after this. We got two to go. It'll be Jeff Rogers, Jim Marshall, Scott Long, Brad Sharp, Bob Tom. All right. Anybody that can hear me from the Tapio camp, make sure and don't be a tater hater and get your potatoes out of Tyson's trailer. 111.80. 1180 for Kyle Tapio. 1180 for Kyle. Up next, racer number 3, Tony Zollinger, wrapping up. ProMaster Mod. He comes from Wellsville, Utah. Rides a cat. Pro Seniors, you're up next. Sorry if I threw a wrench in your works. Pro Senior Mod, you are up next. Jeff Rogers, Jim Marshall, Scott Long, first 3 up. All right, Tony Zollinger having a little trouble there. Got stuck, but got her free and is headed up the hill. Don't forget, all racers, make sure and clean up around your own area and all the help we can get to help tear this track down. You'd be amazed at how fast it happens with just a few extra hands. So racers, please stick around, help tear it down, and make sure your spot is clean, or any spot you walk by is clean. Feel free to help. 135.79 for Tony Zollinger. Unofficially, this is how things are going to shake out in Pro Master Mod. It will be Kyle Tapio in first place, Trent Handsaker in second, Todd Tupper in third, Tom Roby fourth, and Dolan Phelps fifth place unofficially. As we move to Pro Senior Mod, and might have a little running order hiccup here. We'll just follow along. Just stick with me. We'll get you through it. I promise. All right. Looks like we're going to start with Brooke Beckstrom. Racer number 9, Brooke Beckstrom. On the hill. Right now we've got Sean Choate out of Cora, Wyoming. Brooke Beckstrom to the starting line. $7.6 going to be the high mark on the red lane. 7.6 for Sean Choate. Up next, Brooke Beckstrom, racer number 206. Or sorry, not 206. He is racer number 9, Brooke Beckstrom out of Salem, Utah, riding Polaris.
All right, what's up, everybody? We're here with 2 of my best friends and racing partners. Got Les Keller, Seth Wilson. What's up, boys?
What's up?
Just excited weekend of racing, just finaling up everybody today, so it's been awesome.
All right, we're bringing these guys in. This guy right here wearing a 1994 Jackson Hole Hill Climb hat. You know, he's one of them silent but deadly guys. Les Keller can come out of the back and just take it all. How many championships do you have in Jackson? We're going to go with titles first.
First places, I think I've got like seven first places, and then 2 King of the Hills, improved stock King of the Hills.
There you go. Les Keller, he's a 2-time King champion and a lot of firsts. You know what? Silent and deadly, Les Keller. Now this guy right here, you know, I've called him a rhinestone for a long time, but Seth Wilson, you know, he's raced a few years. This year, I think it's a game changer for Seth. What do you think?
Yeah, just kind of had to change my mindset. Having Brandon not there pestering me has probably helped me quite a bit. But no, these guys have been a lot of help for me. But charging the bottom's been my biggest improvement and my big focus for the year. And this weekend showed I've had a great weekend of racing. I only qualified for 4, but 4 top 10s. That's a big improvement, and that's a great weekend in my book.
There you go. 2 of my best friends kicking butt, taking names. Team Polaris.
Climb.
Idaho riding Skidoo. Zach Johnson, Tiffany Wharton, and Zach Solemn. We got cash for you. If not, we're going to dinner. Come on over to the announcer trailer where you signed up. Off and running, racer number 115, Fearless Farron Gilbert, Cascade, Idaho, riding Polaris.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm back. I'm with one of the fastest juniors, amateurs in the circuit, Harper Handsaker. You know, I got my butt chewed for calling him Hunsaker. It's Handsaker. So, Harper, how did Bear Lake 1 go last week?
I got 1 first and 2 seconds, and I happened to not make it in mod, but all was well with those 3 trophies.
There you go. That was Bear Lake 1. Now we're here at Bear Lake 2. Harper, he comes, he fires back again. How did we end up today?
This weekend, I happened to get 2 firsts and 1 fourth and 1 fifth.
There you go. He's on the podium almost in every last couple get-offs here and there, packing a trophy, taking it home. Harper following his dad's footsteps. Good job, buddy.
Thanks.
Caden Rainey and Aaron Tapio. Come get your trophies. We've got some trophies for you. Caden Rainey and Aaron Tapio. Farron Gilbert coming in with 141.19. 141.19. 4, Farron Gilbert. On the hill right now, we got race number 268, Jeff Rogers, Camas, Utah, riding Skidoo. Uh-oh. Jeff Rogers running into a little bit of a snag there, kind of created a snag. All right, Jeff Rogers getting over with 144.68 for Jeff Rogers. 144.68 for Jeff Rogers. Getting ready to go now with race number 206. Brad Sharp out of Moxie, Washington, riding Skidoo. Brad Sharp coming in with 120.55. 120.55 for Brad Sharp. On the hill right now, racer number 47, Jim Marshall, Bloomington, Idaho, riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by either Rick Haglund or nope. I think it's going to be Scott. Scott Long. There we go. Thank you, MD. Thank you, MD, for all your hard work all weekend, by the way. Thank everybody. Shout out to Jake. He can actually hear me up there at the top of the hill. A little bit more pleasant weather up there. All the other timers, everybody, it's been a great time. We got a long way to go. I'm not leaving yet. 7.8 going to be the high mark for Jim Marshall. 7.8 for Jim Marshall. Having a little bit of an entanglement up there above gate 7, just below gate 8. Scott Long on the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line. Looks like we just about got Jim Marshall all cleaned up and headed back down. All right, folks, we are on private property, so those of you up there riding around on that hill, we need you to come back down. We're only renting the racetrack here. So don't go playing. We want to be good guests. If they actually heard me, I will be really impressed. All right, Scott Long headed up the hill, Spirit Lake, Idaho, riding Skidoo. If we got somebody that can go and talk to the riders, where are they at? Over on the hill. We need to get them shut down. Not a playground, it's a racetrack. Looks cool, but we don't want to get in trouble. $134.27 for Scott Long. 134.27. And it looks like we're going to finish things up with racer number 144, Rick Hagelin, Laramie, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, 9 mod. Be ready. 900 modified. Coming to you next. Kyle Tapio, you're actually going to be up first in 9 modified. Kyle Tapio, you're actually going to be first. We're going to do some rearranging, or we actually unrearrange something, but Kyle Tapio, you're up first. High mark for Rick Haglund, going to be 7 point. I think we got one of those. All right, so Kyle Tapio is going to be up first, just like it says on the running order. Then we're going to go with Blaine Matthews and Justin Thomas, getting ready to go with Kyle Tapio Open Mod. Sorry, 900 modified. I'll get it together. All right, looks like we are good to go in the red, going with racer number 318, 900 modified, Kyle Tapio. Battleground Washington riding Articat. He's going to be followed by Blaine Matthews and Justin Thomas. All right. Unofficially, it looks like we're going to be first in Pro Senior was Brad Sharp, second place. Brooke Beckstrom, third place. Scott Long, fourth place. Farron Gilbert, fifth. Jeff Rogers, unofficially. Kyle Tapio with 113.82, 113.82. For Kyle Tapio up next, racer number 230, Blaine Matthews, Pinedale, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, followed by Justin Thomas and Mason Rutledge. Here we go, Spanky. I don't know how you get that rough spot any smoother than that. Blaine Matthews looking good. Time to beat 113.82. It is touchy right there, but it looks like he's got the touch. Oh, yeah. Right on the edge, Blaine Matthews tearing it up. Little bit of a slowdown there, but he's rolling. $106.70 for Blaine Matthews. 106.70. Going to put him in the lead right now as we go with racer number 112. Justin Thomas, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Polaris. Going to be followed by Mason Rutledge and Jay Menaberry. Justin Thomas with 104.07 moving into the lead. 104.07. Justin Thomas, your new leader. Going now with racer number 522, Mason Rutledge, Rigby, Idaho, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Jay Menneberry and Greg Dana. Oh, I wondered about that one. I saw the takeoff. The landing didn't quite stick. Mason Rutledge may have got his bell rung just a smidgen there. Lost his goggles. That very well could mean that his face came in contact with the handlebars on that one. Going to wind up with an 8.8 high mark for Mason Rutledge. Wow, what a wild ride. Up next, racer number 411. Speaking of wild, the train robber, Jay Menneberry, Alpine, Wyoming, making his way to the starting line. Yeah. Jay Menneberry. Going a little mental. This is going to be good. Time to beat 104.07. Oh, no, he says. Right there, parked it at 3. Still going. Okay, he's going to turn out. I think we call that a 3. Because he slightly parked on the flag. Over there giving him himself a little talk. Shoot. Sorry, Jay. But Greg Dana on his shoulders now to try to get that lead back in Skidoo. Racer number 789, Greg Dana, Thane, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Brock Sharp and Aaron Buchelman. Greg Dana, 1:15.04, 1:15.04 for Greg Dana. Up next, racer number 706, Brock Sharp, Moxie, Washington, also on a Skidoo. He'll be followed by Aaron Buchelman. Thank you so much. That makes me happy. My bank's probably going to be pretty pleased, too. Well, they're like, you don't call anymore. Brock Sharp, 112.41, 112.41 for Brock Sharp. Up next, racer number 13X, Aaron Buchman, Caldwell, Idaho, riding Polaris, followed by Nate Suter and Toby Shepard. (106.58), 106.58. For Aaron Buchman. Up next, racer number 95, Nate Suter, Thane, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, followed by Toby Shepard and Keith Curtis. Tom Roby going to wrap up the class. Colton Ehrman, if you're here, we found an old trophy for you. (114.05) for Nate Suter. 114.05 for Nate Suter. Up next, racer number 22, Toby Shepard, Victor, Idaho, riding Skidoo, followed by Keith Curtis and Tom Roby. Justin Thomas still in the lead in 900 modified. Aaron Buchman now in second. They got those Polarises parked in 1 or 2. Then Spanky, then Brock Sharp. All right, for all you watching at home, just so you don't miss any action, there's an 8-hour stream limit on Facebook at a time. We're going to be able to restart the stream, but be looking for it. We're going to try to line it up to the King runs, but if it drops out, if you lose the feed, just refresh your Facebook page or refresh on RMXsports.tv, and you'll be able to join the stream again. So we're getting to the end of it. We're going to try to do it where we want to and not where they want to. So Toby Shepard going to wind up with a high mark. While I was telling you about that, Toby Shepard got a high mark. Keith Curtis, racer number 711, Dylan Montana on the hill right now. Time to beat 1:04.07. Wants to get up there with the rest of the players is in front. But again, if you're watching from home and the stream ends, make sure and refresh. We'll immediately restart the stream. Might take a minute or two for it to come back up, but it will come back up. We don't want you to miss the end. So please, if you're watching at home and the stream ends, make sure and refresh, log back in, and you'll find the new stream. Keith Curtis, 103.87, moving into the lead. How does he do it, is what I want to know. I think that's what we all want to know. 103.07, just barely sliding into the lead there in front of Justin Thomas by a few tenths as we go now with racer number 179, Tom Roby, Thane, Wyoming. The bounty hunter is on a skidoo. Getting ready to go with the open modified as soon as we get Roby up and over. It's going to be Aaron Buchman, Greg Dana, Justin Thomas. Oh, my goodness. We're staring down the barrel of some king runs. Uh-oh. Roby finding one of those weird spots. That's all I can say is they're just weird. Just kind of pull the snowmobiles into them and slow them down or shut them down in a lot of cases. Aaron Tapio, come get your trophy. And Russ Tapio, go get your taters. And anyone who wants direct deposit, come get a form. 118.58 for Tom Roby. 118.58 unofficially. First place going to Keith Curtis. Second place going to Justin Thomas. Third, Aaron Buchman. Fourth, Blaine Matthews. In fifth place going to Brock Sharp. As we go now right back to Aaron Buchman. Open modified. Racer number 13X. Aaron Buchman, Caldwell, Idaho, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Greg Dana, Justin Thomas, and Kyle Tapio. And the light goes green, and the throttle goes open. Aaron Buchman looks like he's going to set that bar pretty high for the rest of our open mod racers. 106.10, 106.10 for Aaron Buchman as we go with racer number 789, Greg Dana, Thane, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Justin Thomas and Kyle Tapio. Oh, Greg Dana gets bucked off. 7.7 going to be the high mark for Greg Dana. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why tether switches are required. Thing would have took off like a rocket. All right. Got the all clear for racer number 112, Justin Thomas, cleared for takeoff. Oh, still going. $106.70, boy. We are stacking them in tight. 106.70. Good enough for second place right now as we go with racer number 318, Kyle Tapio, Battleground, Washington, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Andy Thomas and Nate Suter. All right, last call on that hitcher. I'm putting it on my truck. That's how that works. If I'm going to haul it, it's going to be... All right. We're going to roll past Kyle Tapio right now. He's on a 5-minute mechanical. We're going to go with racer number 104, Andy Thomas, Hampton, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by cousin Nate Suter and Jay Menaberry. Probably Tanner Myers, too, before we get back to Kyle, if he's able to get it back together. It's probably about 5 minutes worth of racing. All right, Andy Thomas on the hill. Hey, Brad Sharp, if you're still within the sound of my voice, will you let us know if you're planning on doing your king runs or not, so we don't waste time bothering you about it? And same with Trent. If you guys... All right, we're going right back to Kyle Tapio as soon as we get Andy up and over. Andy looking good. Ooh, 105.54, new leader, Andy Thomas, 105.54. Andy Thomas. Now we're going to go with racer number 318, Kyle Tapio, Battleground, Washington, riding Articat. He's going to be followed by Nate Suter and Jay Menaberry. Cal Tapio with 108.33. 108.33 for Cal Tapio as we go with Cousin Nate, racer number 95, Nate Suter, Thane, Wyoming. Riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Jay Menaberry and Tanner Myers. Nate Suter, 112.61, 112.61 for Nate Suter. Up next, racer number 411, Jay Menaberry, Alpine, Wyoming. Riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Toby Shepard and Zach Masson. Respectable. 106.54 for Jay Menaberry. 106.54 for Jay. Up next, racer number 2, Tanner Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho, riding Polaris, followed by Toby Shepard. Toby Shepard and then Zach Matheson. Oh, man. Tanner Myers taking a high mark at gate 6. 7.6. Sorry about that. 7.6 going to be the high mark for Tanner Myers. Dag nabbit. Racer number 22, Toby Shepard. On the starting line, Jackson, Montana. He's going to be followed by Zach Masson, Blaine Matthews, and Mason Rutledge. And then we'll start our King runs. So, Kings, we're about 4 away from you. Stock Kings, Trent Hansaker, Keith Curtis, Luke Rainey, and Farron Gilbert. You're our Stock Kings. Trent Hansaker, Keith Curtis, Luke Rainey, and Farron Gilbert. Improved Kings are Luke Rainey, Trent Hansaker, Brad Sharp, and Sam Peterson. Toby Shepard up and over with 113. 37, 113.37 for Toby Shepard. Up next, racer number 707, Zach Masson, Casper, Wyoming. Riding Polaris, going to be followed by Blaine Matthews and Mason Rutledge. Zach Masson with 119.67, 119.67. Spanky's up. Racer number 230, Pinedale, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. Did I say that? Yeah. Blaine Matthews on fire. Oh, man. Here we go. Blaine Matthews. I think he's ahead of everybody right now, and it will be 104.19. Uh-oh. And that don't look good. He just about went in the lead and took part of gate 15 with him. He's holding his arm. Shoot. I didn't want to hear that. Why would you tell me that, Jake? All excited. Dang it. Yeah, I think it might have knocked the wind out of him and got a little arm action that we can see on there. Jake's helping him up the top of the hill. We'll make sure he's okay. He's tough. We thought we killed him once, and he made her. He was back racing that season, so. But oh, man, Blaine. Such a good run. All right, Mason Rutledge sitting there on the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line. Getting excited about the Frank May finish line. Visualizing it. And it looks like we got things cleaned up there, and it is going to be a green light for Mason Rutledge, racer number 522. Rigby, Idaho racer. Andy Thomas in the lead. And here we go, Mason Rutledge, 124. 27. Oh, Trent is going to do his king runs. All right. So first place going to Andy Thomas. Second place going to Aaron Buchelman. Third place, Jay Manaberry. Fourth, Justin Thomas. Fifth, Kyle Tapia. We're going to start our key runs with Trent Handsaker. And back on the mic, it is the one, the only Captain America, Brandon Tittenser.
All right, here we go. First one. Pro Master Stock, 235. Trent Hunsaker, Camas, Utah, on a skidoo. Let's see if he can get her done and put a time up there for these boys to chase down. Trent's taking a new line there, dropping low into the fresh snow, and you know what? That's what they're going to have to do to win this is look for fresh snow, get outside the lines, and get back in those gates as quick as they can without getting stuck in a tiger pit. Trent's up there making his way across the top, about to make his corner back to the Frank May Skidoo finish line. Put a time on the board of 1:12.71 for Trent Handsaker. 1:12.71. Next out in your Stock King Pro 600 stock, number 711, Keith Curtis, Dillon, Montana, on a Polaris. All right, there's Keith Curtis at the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line. Let's see what he can do with this 600 stock Polaris. It has been done. There has been a Stock King taken with the 600. We'll see what Keith can do. I will almost guarantee this when he gets to the top, that 600 is going to want to breathe. He's going to want to sit there and take a break because Keith's going to choke the life out of this sled right here. What? All right, here he goes, leaning towards the top. Looks like he's going to put a pretty good time on the board there. 1:06.49, 1:06.49 for Keith Curtis. Boy, I'll bet that 600's up there coughing and puking and ready to lay down. Next up, Pro 700 stock 303, Luke Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, on a Polaris. Kyle Tapio. Kyle Tapio, we have a hat and a cell phone of yours over here in the trailer. Kyle Tapio. Looks like Luke's going to reach out there and grab a little bit of that fresh snow himself. It's funny what you see in these king runs. Keith just run a 106.49 that would put him pretty much in the money in the open mod class. Let's see what Luke can do here. Sometimes it's not all about horsepower. It's a little bit more control. All right, Luke's looking for the finish line up here, making the last corner around here. We'll see what he can do. It's going to be pretty close right here. Luke up through there with a 1:04.99. We have a new leader, Luke Rainey, 700 stock. All right, there's one man, and he is the man, Farron Gilbert. Cascade, Idaho, on a skidoo, wearing the American helmet, always has, always will, Farron Gilbert, Mr. America. Farron Gilbert won our pro senior stock class. This guy never misses a king run. He's always here to have fun. He don't care what his time is. He just wants to take another shot at that hill. Oh, Farron up there getting into a little trouble up there. But it's not going to be fast enough. It looks like your Bear Lake number 2 stock king winner is number 303, Luke Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, on a Polaris. 133.05, Farron Gilbert. All right, we're going to move into our improved king stock. Pro 1000 improved stock 303, Luke Rainey, Thane, Wyoming. You are first up. You will be followed by number 235, Trent Handsaker, and then we'll move on to number 303, Luke Rainey. Congratulations, Luke. You know, them stock times were pretty impressive with Keith with a 106 on a 600, Luke with a 104 also on a 600. You know, that 104.99, I believe, would have put him about in the lead in open mod. You know, like I was telling you earlier, it does not take horsepower to win a race. It takes skill, and it takes to be smooth. Oh, I just got word Luke skipped his 700 stock and just jumped right on his 850 stock snowmobile. So that 104.99 came in with an 850. All right, Luke Rainey, number 303, pulling up on our Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line. He will try to set the bar and see what the other boys can beat. There he goes, headed out into that fresh snow, looking for that same line that he took on the last run. It was pretty good. I think if he could pull that again, he may take this. We'll see what happens here. Luke does have one more run in this class. We'll see what happens here. Luke making his last corner to make the straightaway across the top. They said the bomb holes up here are unreal. They said Luke's been getting through here, they think, with his eyes closed all day long, making up time and putting times on the board that obviously put him out in the front. And here he goes, 104.57. Luke does it again, 104.57. All right, next on the starting line here is Pro Master Improved, 235. Trent Handsaker, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo. Kyle Tapio, please do not go home. We have your cell phone over here in the announcer stand. Kyle Tapio, come get your cell phone. And you might have some extra pictures. Uh-oh, Trent's running into a little trouble out there. Went through one of them bob holes, and now he's out looking for powder. Little fresh snow, cool off them high faxes. He makes it back around, headed through gate 12, and he's going to work his way to the top. Here he goes for the Frank May finish line. 1:15.12, not going to be fast enough. Next on the line is going to be somebody we never heard of. Pro 900 Improved Stock 303, Luke Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, on a Polaris. I don't know if he'll take his run. We'll see what happens here. Next on after that will be number 206, Brad Sharp. He is not running his run. So we will move to Pro 600 Improved Stock, Sam Peterson, Wisdom, Montana, on a Polaris. You guys might be seeing this on the live feed right here. When these guys run up this hill, they heat their brakes up so hot that sometimes it starts fires. A lot of times it'll just melt the belt or melt their brakes, stick them shut, or they just quit working. There's a lot of things that can happen here, but they're over there trying to cool Luke's brakes off. I think he's going to probably take his other run. Luke doesn't like to not run the hill. If he gets a chance, he's going to take it. You can see the team over there, old Andy Thomas helping out. There's Sam Peterson eyeballing the hill thinking, well, I'm going to have to go fast on this 600. But I believe in you, Sam. Get her done, buddy.
Nope, that's not the right one. This one's the right one. Here's the Austin stuff for ISR. Okay. If you guys decide to send it in or whatever, that's all the details of what you need. I was gonna email it, but then I couldn't find it, and then I found it today, so I just figured might as well give you a copy of it.
All right, here he comes. He's pulling up to our Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line. Luke Rainey, he's not going to give it up yet. He thinks he can beat that 104.57. Let's see if he can do it on the same sled. They got it cooled down, ready to go. Number 303, Luke Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, on a Polaris. You'll notice Luke took that a little different. Last time he jumped it, and it kind of jarred him a little bit. That time he rolled it, made it a little smoother, and I actually think it probably was a little faster. He's taking the same line down low through the soft snow, and he's going to bring it right up front here, and we'll see what happens when he goes through these bomb holes. There he goes, back out into his fresh line again. We'll see what happens. Took it a little more inside than before, and now he's sweeping out, coming back to the inside, and we'll see. Next bomb hole, this one's been the one that's caught him all day long. Making it look easy, coming up around there. We'll see if he takes that same high line he did before. He may just line her up and pound through the holes, and that's what he's going to do. Laying her down, headed for the finish line. Let's see if he can beat his last time. Not going to get it done. 1:05:03 for Luke Rainey. 1:05:03. Not going to knock off Luke Rainey with his 1:04:57. All right, down here on the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line, we got Sam Peterson, number 98 out of Wisdom, Montana, on a Polaris. He's got 2 runs at this. He can still run 6 and 7 improved. We'll see what he does here. Sam's making it look pretty good up there on that 600 improved stock sled. Coming into the big bomb hole, let's see what he can do here. Got her laid on its side, rocking and rolling up through there. Made it look easy, like there wasn't any bumps. Taking it to the high side, and we'll see what happens here. Making it look good. Taking the high side up through the fresh snow, dropping back in. It's not going to be fast enough, but heck of a good run for Sam Peterson, his first run here. Headed for the Frank May Skidoo finish line, 1:13:30 for Sam Peterson, 1:13:30. All right. When Sam Peterson gets back down here, they'll cool him off, and he'll probably take another run. We'll see what he has to say about the situation. That was a pretty good run for the 600. All right, we're going to announce the winners of the High Mark Club. All right, I see a name in here that kind of makes me giggle. All right, the Zebros bag is going to Sandy McGinnis. McGinnis. Sandy, this gal right behind me. Good job, Sandy. All right, the Valentine's basket. One of my good buddies and hometown friends, Randall Merritt. Potatoes. Angie Phillips. One case is going to her. The next case will go to Quinn Pope. And number 5, Zebros bag. Another one going to Jason Maxim. All right, and then the Black Label supplements is going to Sarah Marks. Holy smokes, he must be in shape. He's been working out. Sam Peterson back down here on the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line, and he's ready to rock and roll. He must be in shape. There he goes. Sam Peterson, round 2, 700 improved stock, number 98, Wisdom, Montana. Randall, if you're still listening, they're making fun of me because me and you are going to share our Valentine's basket together. Randall, I hope you're listening. We're sharing this basket. Sam Peterson's putting a heck of a run on. You know, after taking one run and headed back up, about right there's when you usually pass out, but he has not let off. He's choking the guts out of that 600 improver, and he is letting her buck, bringing her to the outside, getting in the bomb hole a little bit, but still coming out of there pretty good. Going back to that high line, he likes that high line, drops him in. The problem is when you drop in out of that high line, it kind of stacks you up a little bit right there. But he pulled her in, and he's headed for the top, and he's got a heck of a good run going here. Looking for the Frank May-Skidoo finish line with a 1:09.22. Bettered his time by quite a bit. 1:09.22, not going to be fast enough. Looks like your improved stock king at Bear Lake, number 2, is my man, 3:03, Luke Rainey. All right, now to what we've all been waiting for, the mods. Mod King, first out, Pro 900 Modified, 711, Keith Curtis, Dillon, Montana, on a Polaris, followed by Garth Kaufman and Kyle Tapio. I do not see an Articat in the pit. Maybe Kyle will not take the run. I'm not sure. I'll wait to see. All right, there he is, the man, the myth, the legend, 711, Keith Curtis, Dillon, Montana. 900 Modified. Watch the lines he takes because I'm pretty sure they will be fast and they will be smooth. Wow, Keith's working his way up the hill. I just want to say congratulations, Luke Rainey. I've never seen anybody do it besides the man on the hill, Keith Curtis. 5 classes, 2 kings. Congratulations, Luke Rainey. You killed it this weekend. All right. Keith Curtis headed across the top there, about to make his corner up towards the Frank May Skidoo finish line. We'll see what they have to beat, and here it is, 1:03.99. 1:03.99 for Keith Curtis. All right. One of the original Slednecks, one of my idols. Been looking up to this guy a long time. 700 modified, number 48, Garth Kaufman, Alta, Wyoming, on an Articat. Always fun to watch as a kid, and still fun to watch now that I'm just a little older kid. Garth's looking pretty good up there, getting up through that big bomb hole, making it look good. Looks like he's spinning a little bit there in the dirt. Coming around the corner here, we'll see if he takes the highliner. Nope, he's going right through the bomb holes. He's an old snow crosser. He's pretty used to doing that. Doesn't look like he's going to quite get it done. He's working his way up towards the Frank May Skidoo finish line. Garth Kaufman, 1:11.40, 1:11.40 for Garth Kaufman. All right, there he is. I wasn't sure he was going to show, but I knew he would. This man right here is taking as many kings out of Jackson Hole as anyone I know. ProMaster Modified, 318, Kyle Tapio, Battleground, Washington, on an Articat. Taking a little different line right there, went to the inside of 6 and then scooping around to the outside. That's one thing that Kyle Tapio has been famous for his entire life. He always takes somewhere different from everybody else, and for some reason it always seems to work for him. Getting a little wild and crazy up there through the big bomb holes, making his way through 12, gate 12 right there, and headed for the top. Oh, had a little bobble right there. May have cost him too much, and it did. Yeah. 1:09.09 for Kyle Tapio. All right. I was going to wait till he took off before I called him the pretty boy. I did not want to get in his head early. This is it. It's all on the line. Andy Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, on his pro open mod snowmobile, number 104. I've seen this kid grow from a little wee lad, and he was first started out with the Ray Carter race team on a Skidoo, and he was quickly picked up by Uncle Tyson, and he has grown up through the works, and he hasn't even been here that long, 6 years. He's got King titles. He's got Jackson titles. He's got all kinds of titles. Andy Thomas, he is one to be reckoned with. Dylan Hart, Lolo, Montana. If you are here, come back to the announcer stand. Dylan Hart, Lolo, Montana. Come back to the announcer stand if you're here. Boy, Andy's putting on a good run coming across the top there. Got a little stuffed up right there, but it shouldn't. So it's probably not going to be fast enough. Looks like he's turning her towards the top. Headed for Frank May Skidoo finish line, and there it is, 1:07:60. 1:07:60. Not going to be fast enough, but he has one more run. Andy Thomas, Pro 600 modified, and he knows what to do. He got stuffed up there in the top a little bit. I think without that bobble, he'd have been right there on Keith Curtis's tail, but Keith Curtis is still holding on with a 1:03:99. Keith Curtis is your leader. One more run, Andy Thomas. Anybody that is going near or lives or drives through Kellogg, Idaho, we are looking for a ride. Not for a person, don't worry. We just need a ride to Kellogg, Idaho, if anybody's wanting to pack some goodies for us. Just a little Zebros bag. All right, one rider to go. You've heard his name. I've been talking about it. 104, Andy Thomas. Going to jump onto his Pro 600 modified snowmobile, get her warmed up, get her on the line, and see if he can knock off Keith Curtis, 1:03:99. All right, here he is. Andy Thomas taking off the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line. He's got to give her all he's got. This could be good. He's letting her all hang out. He's coming around the outside on this one. He's going to bring her up through there. It's a little different line that he took last time, and we'll see what happens on this one. Getting a little wild up there, but he's not letting off. Come on, Andy. Looks like Andy got up there and them bomb holes was spinning pretty bad. Slowing him up in there. See if he can hold her open. Not going to get it done. So your Bear Lake number 2, King Modified, Keith Curtis, number 711, Dillon, Montana. Andy's up and over with a 1:11:63. Congratulations, Keith. You got a mod king for once. All right, everybody remember to look around. As soon as you pull your trailers out, please step back to where your trailer was sitting. Pick up all the garbage you can find. Let's pick up all the garbage you can find. Remember, we are on private property, and we need to take care of it, and they are generous enough to let us come here and play. Pick up your garbage, clean up your stuff, and help out picking up the gates. Garth Kaufman looks like he's already going up there to help out. Let's everybody work together. We can get out of here and get home. Congratulations to all the racers. Good job. Safe travels. We're out.